We're about ready to get started here. 1 second. I know I'm going to have a lighter audience today. That's all right. There it is. Last stream. You know how it goes. Folks, we are listening to HP Shouty with Black Smoke. Don't know what track this is. Maybe Meet Your Death or Undo Indo Smoke. Might be one of those. It's in there somewhere. Yeah, well, I probably showed a little too much when it comes to Russians getting their asses handed to them. But hey, we're off Twitch right now, so guess what we're going to be opening up the stream with? That's right, folks. Russians getting their asses completely handed to them. Make sure you applaud along as these poor, illiterate... They might be more illiterate than the Taliban, actually, because I got shit, rightfully so for calling the Taliban or Hamas illiterate. Hamas probably knows how to read better than these poor fucking Russians. No, what drone vid on X? Go ahead, post it, Bulletproof. I can show it. I can show it today. Kick doesn't give a shit. I'm not going to show blood and guts and everything, but, we can show spicier stuff. But anyway, folks, we're going to be doing a couple headlines. Cause a huge controversy. Yeah, all right, let's do it. We don't have to worry about Daddy Bezos right now. Okay. My mom and her good friend and my good friend, Kelly, might be tuning in. So hi, Mom. Hi, Kelly. I do appreciate you guys tuning in. I don't know what to say. It's weird. But no, you guys are, of course, welcome to watch the News Underground. But just so you know, this is not safe for life. This is a stream that does not hide away from reality, and that can be a big problem for your imagination, for your innocence. But anyway, we are going to get to headlines first. Going to cover Gaza. Going to cover Ukraine first, and then Gaza. We're going to get to all the Trump stuff, the big Trump update, and then we're going to get into the police state news. So I don't have a lot of time, as usual. Let's get right to it. We were watching, this was in the news, we were watching this Nazi punk motherfucker get his ass kicked and kicked out of a punk show, I believe, in, was it Chicago? I don't know, some punk show somewhere. Oh, concert in Vegas. Maybe read the title of the thing, bro. But anyway, this guy thought it was cool to walk around in a SS shirt. He's got the little SS on there, little cheeky SS. Is some kind of, choppers, some kind of Nazi biker gang or something. So we're running around in a fucking SS, equivalent of a fat slob's SS uniform. Yeah. This guy's got to go. This guy's got to go. Yeah, all these punks who actually give a shit about liberty. The Nazis, they think they've already won. They're like, oh, we're doing a victory lap over here. Oh, nice. I mean, that's a sweet one, folks. You got to give respect to this guy right here, homie. Blop! Get blopped! Get blopped, you Nazi fuck! Get blopped. Look, man, you know my stance. You've seen the ass beaters. I got a whole policy proposal. I got a uniform. I got the whole thing ready to go, ready to pass as a law today. I can pass this today. All right. Attach my ass beaters policy. Okay. You know my stance on Nazis. I don't think civilians should engage in violence with anybody at any time, but I think government. Hired and trained ass beaters, Nazi ass beaters, is perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine with. See, this is number one recruit right here. You know what I mean? Go ahead, throw him the T-shirt, the sunglasses, give him the beeper. Okay, you see what I mean? Like, there's a big difference between your average schmuck, right, and a Nazi ass beater. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. The government should hire this fella, for him to be on call at any time to drop whatever you're doing and come beat some Nazi ass. Guarantee you this guy would take it. That's what I'm talking about right there. Right fucking there. That's the attitude, folks. That's the attitude. This is the attitude we need right here. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I bet his daddy was stomping Nazis. I bet his grandpappy was stomping Nazis. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, they're so mean to me.
Stop
no.
Fucking crying, bitch. Where? I wanna fucking hear it.
Go to the fucking store and buy a shirt that doesn't represent the fucking Holocaust. The bar isn't that high, folks. Heads up to my boomer friends. If my mom's watching, this is a perfect video for you, Mom. This is a perfect video maybe for you, Kelly. Kelly, you might be more online. I'm not sure. But this is the state of AI right now as we speak. It's frightening, but here we go. Here's a look at what AI can do right now.
In a stunning development, Canada has declared war on the United States. Let's go to Joe Braxton, who is live at the border.
I'm currently at the border, but there is no war. Mom, Dad, I know this looks kind of real, but it's all AI.
Let me zoom in for you here.
Grandpa, I'm fine. This is just AI. You don't need to wire money to anyone. I am not in love with you. And I do not need your money for a plane ticket. I am AI.
This fake moon landing footage isn't classified. It's AI.
You're probably wondering how I got rich with crypto. The truth is, I didn't get rich off crypto. I don't even exist.
You might be able to tell this is fake now, but it's gonna keep getting better.
We're all AI.
There could be aliens.
Yeah.
But I'm not one of them. I'm AI.
An herbal supplement did not cure my cancer. I'm not even real.
Yeah.
Uncle Fred, the government has not been taken over by lizard people.
You don't need to send us $5,000 in gift cards because you missed jury duty.
Grandma, it's not real. It's AI.
It's AI.
It's AI.
Bro, it's AI.
Fake faces.
Real consequences.
Think before you trust.
Yes. Yeah. So it's we're really getting to a point where the attitude around, like, there's we get into a pattern, right? We get into a cycle in terms of like how we absorb information online, right? We have our comfy spots, right? That you're going to kind of need to program yourself a little bit. What am I looking at? You're going to have to look at your media more closely to, because I mean there'll be lots of good stuff that uses AI. There'll be lots of real information mixed in with all the fake, but it's going to be harder and harder to parse this information. I see your link there, Bulletproof. We have a wildfire in Saskatchewan. I'm just going to try to blast through these as many as possible. Like I said, folks, I know the viewer count's going to be low. Nothing I can do. Jeff Bezos doesn't like telling the truth to people, right? Even though I'm in the politics section, plus 18. I got every warning. I got every flag, drug use, swearing. I checked every box, right? Clearly, this is not for kids or advertisers, but let's just go ahead and let Russian authoritarians weaponize our easily naive system. It's cute. It's really cute.
With an out-of-control wildfire now just 2 kilometers outside of Flin Flon, most residents...
Come on, that's not a real place. Okay, come on. Flynn, okay. All right, this is okay. This is AI. See, I was talking earlier, you're looking for the warning signs of AI. Here we go. Flin Flon. Come on, what is it, Star Wars? Come on, folks. No, in actuality, that's a very real place. Canada is just kind of whimsical like that.
Didn't take long to heed the evacuation order.
Don't look up Slave Lake. Don't look that up. Ignore that part. We're just going to ignore Slave Lake. Don't look up the history of that, please. And don't look up the fact that it's still, as we speak, still called Slave Lake. Anyway, moving on.
200 kilometers down the highway, traffic bumper to bumper.
It's been a real whirlwind.
Yeah.
Noelle Drimmy and her family fled this.
Yeah.
Driving 5 hours south, now staying with friends.
I'll never forget the wildfire smoke that hit San Francisco and blotted out the fucking sun. Middle of the day, sunniest day. It was the nicest day, but you wouldn't know it. It felt like the fucking apocalypse, dude. It felt like something major and big was happening.
Attempting to stay calm.
I'm trying not to kind of go into that worst
I
case
got
scenario
pictures.
mode.
I'd have to dig them out, but I did take
really
some
do
pictures.
feel for all our firefighters that are staying behind.
This is Rico.
Gina Malate just happy her family is safe after an 8-hour drive to an evacuation center in Winnipeg.
There's a lot of what if. What if there's a fire ahead of us, and then we're going to be trapped. So it's very scary.
The city of about
I'd like to remind you that Trump is doing everything in his power to eliminate services like this where you can run and find safety and get help during an emergency. Trump is deleting all that shit.
1,000 clearing out overnight. During the day, fire lines
God
still
knows
holding.
why. It's
no
not like you save that
assets
much money.
are burning within our community and municipality boundary at this time. So we're pretty grateful for that.
The Flin Flon fire is the top of many firefighting priorities as Manitoba contends with more than 20 wildfires, several threatening remote northern communities. This one near Pimicikamak Cross Lake cut off the road south and access to the airport, forcing 5,000 people to the nearest community. The Air Force now helping to fly some out. Help Pimicikamak's chief says should have come sooner.
The bureaucracy is so intense, man. They can't get away from it.
The premier declared a state of emergency Wednesday. Currently, more than 170 out-of-province firefighters are helping, with little in the forecast offering hope this will soon improve. As
You know, Mark Carney's happy to be talking about cutting through red tape, building houses, all kinds of financial reform. Are we going to cut through the red tape on something like this? Come on, Carney.
evacuees are registered. The question for many now, what next?
It's a very scary situation for lots of us. So we all have a different story. We're all taking different paths, and we're just trying to stay positive.
Now, evacuation not going so well in some other places tonight. About 100 kilometers north of Flin Flon, Matthias Colomb Cree Nation, which is a fly-in community. Fire has surrounded the airport, smoked it out. Planes can't land there, even military ones. So leadership tonight is telling us they're trying to get hundreds of people out by boat and helicopter.
And Cam, with the risk
once again, shit that Trump is doing everything in his power to cut.
Posed by these fires still so high.
Can you imagine Trump during Katrina? He just lets people die on roofs, just like literally for days. People starving. There's like skeletons and shit.
I gather the province is taking some extra precautions tonight.
What are we talking about here? You don't
All
have
17,000 evacuees that are being told to come to Winnipeg are being met by hazy skies. Officials are imposing more restrictions in fire-prone areas, canceling all burn permits, even backcountry activities like hiking and even boating. Anything, Adrian, that can cause even the slightest of sparks.
Yeah, smart. All right, Cam McIntosh in Winnipeg. Now in Alberta, more evacuation orders forcing hundreds of residents to get out, including some First Nations west of Fort McMurray.
When the fire changed in Red Earth area, we started thinking, hey, maybe we should try to do something else here.
More than 40 fires are burning across
Pretty
the
wild
province.
shit right
Over
now.
half are out of control.
Pretty wild.
In order to get a sense of the
Over half
weather
out of control.
in the prairies fueling these fires, CBC News meteorologist
nice.
Johanna Wagstaff is here. So, Joe, is the forecast going to change in the coming days?
Adrian, unfortunately, weather could make fire conditions even worse. We have this large dome of hot and dry air sitting right over the prairies. Most temperatures today hit 30 degrees, but tonight a cold front is cutting into that hot air in Alberta. So storms, gusty winds could spark new fires there, but that front won't break the heat in Saskatchewan or Manitoba. Instead, we get that hot, dry weather and windy conditions, very windy Friday through Saturday. So that combination, especially the shifting winds, is exactly what fuels the wildfire spread. So we're also watching the huge volume of smoke being ejected. It's already stretching across to Montana. So I should mention that air quality alerts and poor visibility also likely to continue.
Yeah,
and overall,
yeah, but fuck Uncle Sam, am I right? 51st state that motherfucker. No, I'm sorry, that's incredibly disrespectful.
even though there's no rain in the forecast, Adrian, I should say at least by early next week, we will see a good drop in temperatures.
So, Joe, this is it feels like this might be early, right? An early start to these extreme wildfires.
Yeah, you're right. It is an early start, especially for Saskatchewan and Manitoba.
No, guarantee. If the conversation even happened, Trump would be like, "Well, I'll send him if you want to be the 51st state. I'll send the water if you want to be the 51st state." I mean, he does that. Every time he mentions Canada, it's always in some like, well, never say never.
Manitoba has seen three times the average number of fires so far this year. Saskatchewan almost double its average. A big driver is this persistent drought. We've had low snowpack, low spring, winter runoff. It's part of this broader trend we're seeing with climate change, of course. Fire season starting earlier and being more intense.
Woke.
All right.
Woke. Acknowledging that climate change is real is woke, guys. And you don't want to be woke, right? Because it's much better to have your eyes closed when going through life, right? That's the way to do it. All kinds of shit happened this week over in Switzerland. In the Swiss Valais, a glacier collapsed in the village of Blatten this Wednesday. It was evacuated 9 days ago. Am I saying that correctly? Let's make sure. How do you say that? Valais. Is it Valais? Valet. Valet.
Valley.
Valet. Valet.
Valley.
Valet. Valet.
Valley.
Valet. I can't do that. How come everything that comes out of a French guy's mouth sounds arrogant? Why did they do that to their language? Valet. Well, anyway, this is pretty intense. Thankfully, no one was hurt. But once again, this goes back to climate change. The scientists, the geologists were warning about this. They've been doing tests. They have sensors and things like that. Once again, more woke science that needs to go, right? Got to get rid of that shit. Early warning systems using science and what? People with scientific degrees. Don't you know those people would be better served working in an iPhone factory, plugging away at some circuit board because it's even cheaper to have a human do it than a robot? That's a better use of mankind's time, if you ask me. But anyway, early warning systems kicked in. People got out of there. Entire village wiped out. I mean, this is like apocalypse shit. You know, if this happened in the 17th century, they'd be blaming some kind of god and, people having gay sex or something. Not like today when they don't do that. But this is truly spectacular footage. It's hard to really put this into perspective here, but we're talking about hundreds of millions of tons of rubble and debris falling down at incredible speeds. This would shred anything. You know, a military installation made completely out of adamantium would get crushed in something like this. Those people deserve to live. God would have sent a sign. Exactly. Instead, you guys were having gay sex. Big props to Bulletproof Bullet for literally being the only one here holding it down on Kick. Just want to give a special applause to Bulletproof Bullet. It's a little, I can do it. I can do it, of course. It's been a little while. I'm a little pampered now. I'm a little pampered because I get an audience usually when I hit start stream on Twitch. But in the early days, you know, definitely you get used to streaming for hours to nobody. You know, but it's okay. It's good practice. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have shown the Azov battalion murdering Russian invaders. Heaven forbid we show invaders who are actively assaulting a sovereign democracy. Heaven forbid we show them getting their ass kicked. That would be mean. Oh no. Did we see a blurred out dead body in the politics section? No. I was expecting sunshine and rainbows in the politics section. That's why I go. Because that's real life, right? No, the only allowed real life, the only allowed reality on Twitch is the censored kind, right? If you're not doing news like MSNBC, ooh. So we all know it's coming. At the same time, I put an appeal. I don't actively try to break TOS, but that doesn't matter, right? So I'm sorry. Technically, I am sorry. But at the same time, you know, free speech guy. More tragedy this week. A car plowed into football fans in Liverpool. 27 people are in the hospital. I think several of them children. And I think this is actually a couple days old, so I think several of these people have been declared dead as well. This is kind of the new go-to way to kill people, you know, if you're inclined to do so. And honestly, these big events, police need to start taking traffic more seriously. Apparently, there was, you know, blockades and things set up, but I mean, we've all seen that. You know, they set up some cones, some orange cones, plastic barriers, you know. So, I mean, this really is just a problem with logistics that these big vehicles are allowed in here. And we need to accept that we live in a society where these psychopaths want to do this to innocent people. They're cowards. You know, they look for a group of people. You know, apparently this guy was intoxicated, and maybe it was an anger thing. Maybe it wasn't like a pre-planned thing in this case here. But we just had a couple months ago a pre-planned one here in Canada, I believe, the Lapu Lapu Festival, an absolute tragedy once again. And in that case, there was, you know, barriers and everything set up, but there was an intentional opening made for residents to drive into their homes. Just tragic. It's just tragic, you know. And if we're not going to address the nihilism, if we're not going to address the societal exploitation by capitalism, if we're not even going to talk about that, have that conversation, you don't have to bust out Marx to talk about how capitalism is exploiting you and how there are things that you can do to prevent that. Push back on that. If we're not going to have that conversation, then we need to have a conversation with our law enforcement that we constantly overfund, that we're constantly throwing every place, Canada, UK, United States, showering our police departments with money. I think it's time you spend a little bit more of that money on the proper equipment needed to prevent tragedies like this.
Shock and panic in Liverpool after a car plows into a crowd of people.
Oh my God.
Streets that were filled with tens of thousands of football fans quickly taken over by emergency services.
Sadly, 4 of the injured were children who were enjoying the day with their friends and their families. We can confirm that our teams treated 20 patients at the scene for minor injuries, and these did not need hospital treatment. 27 patients in total were taken to hospital by ambulance.
Police officers swarmed to arrest the driver, a 53-year-old man from the Liverpool area.
We believe this to be an isolated incident, and we are not currently looking for anyone else in relation to it. The incident...
Imagine if he did this because of a sports thing, because a sports team lost. You know, come on, man.
...is not being treated as terrorism.
Monday was supposed to be a day of celebrations for Liverpool and its fans. A bus-top parade after winning its 20th Premier League title. Those celebrations cut short by the horrific scenes through the city centre, despite a large police presence.
In the lead up to this event, we have been working closely with event organisers, and a robust traffic management plan was put in place for the parade. which included a number of road closures throughout the route and the city centre.
The football club has issued a statement saying our thoughts and prayers are with those who have been affected by this serious incident.
Really? Really? It should be illegal to say thoughts and prayers. It really should just be actually fucking, you should be canceled. I'm sorry. You're busting out the thoughts and prayers. Fuck you. I mean, seriously, fuck you.
One which overshadowed what should
you have ChatGPT whip that one up?
Have been a safe and secure celebration. Kaylee Callahan, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Thoughts and prayers, folks.
1996, baby. Dropping this shit for your motherfucking ass.
Who wants to watch Russians get their asses inverted? Me. I do. Got a couple videos here I'm going to show you. We're not going to show too much of it. We'll maybe show half. They're like 20-minute videos. Look, man, I don't like to watch people die. But at the same time, I know exactly how I would react if I was a Ukrainian. You know what I mean? I have no question in my mind that I would be fighting against the invaders, killing invaders, etc. What the hell else are you supposed to do? This country's invading your country. And there's a chance you can keep it if you fight. There's no question in my mind what I would be doing. And that's why I show this stuff. Is because at the end of the day, the tyrants force you into a corner. They force you to make a choice between liberty and life, right? Or their version of security, which is, it's almost always despotism. It's just almost just disgusting. Work for pennies, become a slave. So you either accept their tyranny or you fight. And this isn't the first time in history we've run into this, folks. Been a couple examples throughout history where men had to stand up and, yes, use violence to defend their way of life, to defend their version of liberty, whatever, the feudal system, whatever, you're not allowed to tax my daughter's virginity. The bar was low back then. Anyway, Donald Trump over here. Putin's crazy. What the hell? I didn't know. This guy's crazy.
Bitch.
What?
Bitch.
Putin's
Bitch.
crazy. He's bombing people while we're having a peace discussion. I don't even know what's going on. I love how you can see the different shades of his ridiculous face makeup, even in blasting sunlight.
On Russia and Ukraine as well. Yeah, I'll give you an update. I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time.
So this is in reference to the historic, I have an article covering this. We'll get to it later, but there was a historic amount of drones, sent over to Kyiv. Putin has really amped up the terrorism, and there's been a breakthrough on the front lines as well. Really pushing really, really hard. While entertaining Trump's lunacy around peace negotiations. He knows what the fuck's going on. And, Donald Trump is such a patsy. At least Biden knew Putin was a liar, but, Biden ultimately was a coward. But at least Biden knew he was dealing with a bad actor. Trump's over here. He's my best bud, and he betrayed me. Oh my God, bro. He ate my Lunchable. What the hell, bro? It's pathetic, sad, naive. Some would say stupid, but I mean, there's really better words. It's not just stupidity. You need multiple words to describe what the hell's going on here.
Always gotten along with him, but he's
my
sending
best
rockets
bud.
into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all. Okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
President, what do you want to do about that?
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. We'll see what we're going to do. What am I going to tell you? You're the fake news, aren't you?
He's so pathetic. He's so fucking pathetic. I mean, he really is. He takes the cake. It's like this is perceived as masculine or alpha or I'm in control. This petulant, whiny bitch. Oh, and you get like I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give it to my best buddies at Newsmax. They're fair. They're fair to me. Every person that has one of these people in their lives needs to be putting them in their place. You're a fool. You're engaging in foolishness. Your party is a gaggle of fools. The whole thing is an embarrassment.
You're totally fake. All right, any other questions? I don't like what Putin is doing, not even a little bit. He's killing people. And something happened to this guy, and I don't like it.
Yeah, okay. He's in charge, folks. He's being played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. It's actually amazing. So this is I believe this is the attack. This is 5 days ago, but I believe this is the attack he was talking about. But it could have been several different attacks. Putin has really been cranking up the terrorism meter. Really, and like I said, there's been a breakthrough in a very important part of the front line. He's really given it a really hard push right now. And this is the right move militarily if you want to take over the whole country. This is exactly the way to do it. Because he's taking advantage of Trump's weakness, and he's taking advantage of, he's taking advantage of Ukraine's weakness and taking advantage of Trump's delaying and capitulating, and he's dancing along with Trump there, pretending, oh hey, you're my buddy, I have no choice but to do this, and I'm in a hard position. It's interesting because Trump will make statements like this. He's done this before. Oh, I don't really like that, and we're thinking about sanctions. Then he'll have a phone call and he's doubling down. We're gonna go after. If we don't do this, we're gonna pull out. We're gonna pull out. Stop providing. And he doesn't actually specifically say stop providing aid. He implies he's going to stop providing aid to Ukraine, but I don't think he's sent more, but he hasn't canceled any of the previously approved Biden weapon shipments. And we also need to point out, the very generous EU members that are sending weapons, but they have not fulfilled all of their promises. They've made all kinds of promises about all different kinds of weapons and material of different kinds that they still haven't sent. Germany just recently lifted restrictions on the weapons that they've given Ukraine, but they've only sent so many weapons. But with that said, Kyiv does have some capacity now to attack directly in Moscow. And I think Zelensky is just waiting for the perfect time. I think that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for a really, really good opportunity to show that Ukraine is not even close to being done, fighting. But anyway, this is the terrorist attack in Ukraine 5 days ago.
A third sleepless night in Ukraine is what it says is Russia's heaviest aerial bombardment yet continued. This time, 9 missiles and a record 355 drones, some of them landing here in Odessa. After a weekend of silence, President Zelensky said risked enabling Russia. These words from President Trump before boarding Air Force One last night.
I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him. But he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
You talked before about putting more sanctions on Russia. Is that something you're considering more seriously?
Absolutely. He's killing a lot of people. I don't know what's wrong with him. What the hell happened to him, right? He's killing a lot of people. I'm not happy about that.
He later posted that Putin had gone absolutely crazy. Remarks the Russian president's spokesman attributed to, quote, emotional overload. Short shrift for Zelensky.
Yeah, the official statement from the Kremlin was that Trump was being emotional. I'm surprised they said anything at all, but it's interesting that they said that. Stop being emotional, Donald. Fall in line. We know what you're going to do.
Zelensky, too, who, despite a rapprochement at the Vatican, Trump said did his country no favors by talking the way he does. You're on your own to...
Interesting right here. If no one really talked about this. Morning Joe didn't even really talk about this. This didn't even hit mainstream news, but Macron intentionally did not shake his hand. As you can see, very firmly, like fist bumps and, doing the fucking lock, the whole thing, blop, blop, fucking he's down for life. And then over here with Trump, watch this.
Trump said did his country no favors by talking the way he does. You're on your own to negotiate, Trump told both sides last week. But while...
It could also be interpreted, though, that he wasn't actually reaching out for a handshake as well, though. So maybe I'm looking too much into it, and that's why it wasn't covered.
Rapprochement at the Vatican, Trump said did his country no favors by talking the way he does. You're on your own to negotiate, Trump told both sides last week. But while his waning patience for Putin today might provide relief in Europe, it's not words they want, but action.
Macron... and when it comes to this specific issue on Ukraine, he has handled it pretty well. When it comes to his doggedness to stick to failed neoliberal ideas and allowing the right wing to grow and fester without a proper response, that's a failure of Macron big time. There's a very, very good chance that he's going to lose the next election to the I was about to say AFD, but it's not the AFD, but it's the French hard right that got very close to defeating him in the previous election. He's, sticking to the neoliberalism. And look, the fact is that people appreciate your country, you standing up for Ukraine. They appreciate that. But what is more effective politically? Well, it's the homegrown populism. I want to make your wages higher, cut your taxes, make your life easier. That message is going to be stronger than I'm helping out Ukraine. Yeah, I'm not really changing much about my rampant neoliberalism. We're still doing austerity. I'm still trying to raise the retirement age. I'm still trying to, raise your taxes with no real benefit, no visible benefit. I'm going to do all that, and I'm going to call you a conservative if you push back on me. But I'm helping Ukraine. It's a recipe for disaster, and I've seen it repeated twice now in 2 different countries. Almost. If it wasn't for Donald Trump and the 51st state stuff, Pierre Poilievre would have secured the Canadian premiership, no doubt about it. But because of Donald Trump, I've never met Donald Trump. It's so funny. He was right up Donald Trump's ass until Donald Trump got in charge. And it was really interesting. Donald Trump was quite smart. He didn't bring up that 51st state nonsense at all during the election. At all. It came out of the blue, dude. It's like Daddy came home drunk with a bunch of new ideas.
Now it looks like that Trump is frustrated on Putin. And I hope that last messages from him shows that he understands that Putin does not want to have a peace. He wants to continue his war. He want to
You're jumping the gun, buddy. You're jumping the gun. You're totally jumping the gun over here. No. Trump wants to be lied to once again.
To continue killing innocent people in Ukraine. Just like we have seen last weekend in Kyiv.
They don't want to let it go.
Sit in the lobby and smell the New World Order, a pro-Kremlin newspaper told European leaders this week after Trump, following a phone call with Putin, dialed back on threats of sanctions against Russia for refusing a ceasefire. As the US president falters and Russia's bombardment continues, Europe's hope lies in Republican senators drumming up support for what they call bone-crushing secondary sanctions on countries that continue to trade with Russia, something Trump would need to green light. Today, Germany said Western allies would shelve range limits on arms given to Kyiv, meaning it can fire them beyond its own territory. Ukraine says it can't stop what's coming in without more US-made air defense systems, and it's running low on Biden-era stocks. A ledger that meant it couldn't counter all the ballistic missiles Russia fired on its cities this weekend. in an aerial assault that claimed dozens of lives, including those of 3 children here in Zhytomyr. Their friends laying flowers amid the rubble.
There's real world, there's real world ramifications for this. People are really dying. And, I would really like to believe Trump when he, because I think there is a part of him, because he doesn't care about people dying per se. He does treat death seriously, though. He has a whole phobia about death. He really loves his life and he wants to live forever, right? Because he's literally he's the luckiest man on planet Earth. Why wouldn't he want to continue this winning streak? But so he's got a real phobia about death, but for him, it's an inconvenience, because you can't really gloss over that. You can't really talk over the sound of tens of thousands of people dying. You can't really dance around that too much. Even Trump understands that. So he would prefer you to be miserable, but not dead. Okay? He's going to rip you off. He's going to underpay you. He's going to, cut your services. He's going to let you suffer and die with diseases. And yeah, okay. But he's not that interested in telling an army to just shoot you dead. So talk about getting shot dead. Let's take a look at what it's like to be, what it's like when your country is invaded. And this is the kind of stuff that got me banned off Twitch. I'm not on Twitch right now, so let's get into it. Let's get into it, folks. Let's see what it really feels like, And once again, I need to point this out. There's no simulation I've ever played, and maybe you've played the Magic one, the VR Magic one that replicates this, but I've never played a video game that comes anywhere close to replicating what it's like to really fight on the front lines. And it's no wonder, and we've only just now, because of the technology, have we gotten footage like this. It's no wonder these guys come back totally zapped, right? Like complete, I can't get off high alert, because the amount of stress you're putting yourself through to keep moving forward. The kind of you're either totally zen, or you're you're completely freaking out, but you're managing, or you've reached this combat zen, right? Where you're like, I don't care if I die, I'm not really worried about death. I'm just, I've done this a million times. You run into those kind of crazy Rambo types sometimes. But I think for most people, it's like they're scared out of their minds. Every step forward is like, am I going to step on a landmine? Am I going to get shot? I could get killed at any moment. And it becomes like a background hum, And I'm an amateur here. I haven't experienced this. I've only experienced it through what I'm seeing here. But I gotta say, this to me, in my opinion, one of the hardest jobs on planet Earth is to defend your country from an invasion. Right? Nobody's working harder than these guys.
Trench line at 1 o'clock. Might be a dugout. Frag out. Support. 1, 2, 3. Shoot.
And it's totally wild, because we totally see video of Russians who are cornered. They're completely surrounded. They're in a hole, and they're going. I give up. I'll come out. I'll give up. And they come out blasting, dude. Like suicide. It's like they know they're going to die, but they do it anyway. And just to see if they can take out one. And they never do. I mean, they never do. Maybe there's 1 or 2 instances, of one of these guys getting lucky, maybe, right? Taking advantage of the chaos, the fog of war or something. 9.5 times out of 10, though, they get completely creamed instantly. I mean, completely obliterated. The fucking shit's flying off them. I mean, they get completely perforated. And it's like the propaganda's strong. The propaganda's strong. Because you gotta these guys, some of these guys are convinced they're gonna get tortured, like they torture Ukrainian prisoners.
This is not footage from Silent Hill or some mystical thriller. but from GoPro.
I gotta love Ukraine. You know, I'm seeing a lot of video game references, like, you know, from Ukrainians, and it's like these are our boys, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, remember that Need for Speed Unwanted reference? They threw the injured Russian on a fucking wheelbarrow. They were getting him to the exfil. It's just like Need for Speed Underground.
Cameras from a combat raid.
I just love the video game references from these guys, you know?
In Kharkiv region. In this episode, you will see two
One thing I also need to stress here is that the moment Putin leaves, these guys stop killing. Okay, they're not interested going into Russian villages and doing revenge, you know, keeping the war going indefinitely. The war ends when Putin stops invading. You know what I mean? That's when the war ends here. So, you know, anytime I see this in the chat from people, oh, you know, what about Zelensky? They're playing this game, you know, and it's like, yeah, Zelensky isn't perfect, but there's no inkling whatsoever from Ukraine to continue this war, you know, like I said, you know, continue with an invasion into Russia, because that's how these shills like to, oh, we're in danger, this is existential for us. Total bullshit.
Bad missions of these soldiers. Here,
yeah,
under the cover of
good
thick
point.
fog,
They're regular folks.
Groups of infantry,
you know, just a few months ago, teachers
to clear them. There are
plumbers,
enemy tripwires and mines
IT
on the
guys.
way, and in the thickets, hiding not fairy tale monsters, but real enemies that need to be destroyed. The operation started at dawn.
Sorry.
Under the buzzing of drones in the sky, the groups cautiously moved forward, meter by meter, covering each other and shooting their way to get to the trenches and dugouts of the occupiers and throw grenades at them. The task is being performed by the soldiers of the 2nd Mechanized Battalion, 3rd Karakurt Company.
Well, you got to get your meds, man. Stay on those meds, dude.
All clear. Move.
I don't need my meds. I feel great without them, actually. I feel great. Okay. Could we go get them just in case, though? Nah, we don't need them anymore. All right. Yeah. So this is, I think I might have shown this video or something similar. So that's, you know, Jeff Bezos says no, I can't. I mean, that's kind of fucked up, though. Because I didn't show a dead body, right? You just, some blurred pixels, some blurred red pixels. Don't worry, I will if I get into a psychosis.
We're right here. Let's move, guys.
You might feel good.
Go, follow him. Are you with me? I'm on the move.
That's not good. I'm sorry you have to deal with that strategy. That's, you know, sometimes these mental illnesses are kind of glorified by Hollywood and stuff, and it's like 99% of people who are suffering from them would just prefer to not have them. You know, ooh, they're like the Joker. No, it's not like the Joker.
Dump of bastards.
Whoops. Sorry, Jeff. I'm gonna get my ass kicked off YouTube. This shit's on YouTube.
Another piece of trash.
Watch me get banned off YouTube for showing a YouTube video. I guarantee you it's going to happen.
He didn't make it out on his feet. Spotted a dropped Kalash. Can you move to the left? I cannot pass here.
Oh, strategy, I believe it. Thanks again for showing up. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So many of their corpses
banned off Twitch. It sucks, dude. It really does suck to get banned off Twitch for showing a censored video. You know,
I see the ridge of the tree line.
There's another one, dude. It's wild. Just dead Russians everywhere. You know, I've talked about this on Twitch, but I haven't been able to really show it.
They can use it to push forward.
But just imagine, you're just, you know,
waiting on the fog to cover.
There's dead bodies everywhere, dude. And the smell is nuts. The smell is terrible.
We're going back. Yes, guys. Nowhere. Let's test that.
No, please, strategy. Please don't. Please don't. It's okay. Save that for the
Guys, stay
assholes that'll
positive.
come in here and defend Putin.
We have to get out
Get
of
all
here first.
butthurt when I kick them
Push
out
to the tree
immediately.
line. Into the dugouts. Go. Go. Move, damn it. I'm running. Zinc, everything. Roger? It's our drones.
Their outfit's totally crazy. Bet
You
the
sure?
first heat wave after
Yes,
winter
it's
is
friendly.
awful. Oh, man.
Move. Move. Someone jammed the tripwire.
Like I said, you know, every step could be your last. You could lose your nuts any second. You know, and then
Copy that.
that stress just becomes day to day.
Plus, move.
I'm not that evil. I know you're not.
We have 300.
But it's only a matter of time.
Mine.
Like, you know, me
07
getting
on the
banned on
line.
Twitch, like, it really is only a matter of time because I'm doing real news, you know?
Not our guys. Bounce. Clock's ticking.
Just come across. Ew, yuck, bulletproof, yuck. Yeah, it's really gross how corpses, you know, they transform. You know, the
How
natural
so?
decay is natural, and it, you know, it doesn't
He's got
preserve
help.
anything.
We've
you
wrapped
know?
him up with the tourniquet. Go check it.
Nature is so brutal.
Coming. Radio. 07, check in. 07 on
You know,
comms.
I'm not exaggerating when I say, you know, I
Move
can't
your
show
asses.
it, but I'm not
Damn.
exaggerating, you know, previously
Roger
when I was
that.
saying there's
Let's roll.
dead Russians everywhere, you know, and it's not like this for Ukraine. Sometimes
Guys,
it is.
We have to regroup faster
but-
and push forward.
I mean, sometimes, you know, sometimes Ukrainian positions get overrun. Sometimes they get hit with artillery or cluster bombs or gas, any number of things, right? And there'll be, you know, dead Ukrainians everywhere in that specific place. But 9 times out of 10, man, I'm telling you, a good majority of the front line is dead Russian corpses. Everywhere. Everywhere. They don't even pick them up. I'm only one YouTube who's watching. Yeah. I know. YouTube, I
Birds in
can't
the
get
sky.
anywhere on YouTube.
Don't shout.
YouTube, you put yourself as politics. Like, the only way to get ahead on YouTube is to lie to the algorithm. That's literally the only way to succeed. I'm totally honest about everything. It's politics, everything, and it's like, nope. The algorithm doesn't fuck with me, doesn't spread my stuff around. You know, and it just there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do about that. You know what I mean? What can I do? You know? These are the biggest platforms. It's replaced cable, you know, if you can get there, but
Change of play. You copy?
sucks. Yeah, clickbait. I
Plus,
gotta do a bunch
plus.
of fucking
Wolfman.
thumbnails.
Yes. And 07. Move. Roger.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine, you know,
Stick to the trail and watch
trying
your
to live
step.
a
Which
trying-
damn trail?
Trying to live a
Somewhere out
civilian
there.
life.
What's up,
after
bro? Do you
doing
hear me?
this.
Are you all right? I know. No, don't move. We will drag you a little. Wait.
Yeah, get this guy out of the fucking field.
Bro,
Get him into some cover or something.
Let's do it.
Okay, all right, AI, calm down.
I'll bring you water.
EA
It's in my bag.
Sports.
I have it. Here, take it. Can you drink it yourself? Yes.
I don't even know what hit him. Could have been a bullet. Could have been an anti-personal mine. Could have been a drone. Probably a drone. I got banned on Twitch and do a clickbait thumbnail. You might get some people to join. I don't even know how
Commander,
to
in touch.
set up a thumbnail
Watch it, bro.
on
It might be a
YouTube
tripwire.
for the live
Step where I
stream.
step.
Like, I don't even know how to do that.
I turn left. Yes. And I go right.
What I need to get is one of those
Watch your
TV
steps, damn it.
production USB
Control
devices
and watch your steps.
that broadcast to YouTube, because you can do that kind of stuff with those. Set up a thumbnail, a pre-broadcast thumbnail
Yes.
and stuff.
Control. Eyes up. Carefully track everywhere. Come on, guys. The faster the better.
Hey, Kelly, thank you for tuning in. Kelly, we're watching some pretty intense
Who's
videos,
firing?
so I
Get
won't feel
moving,
bad
not
if
mid
you
for
want
us.
to tune away, but I appreciate you coming in and, you know, hope you're doing better.
Let me examine you better, okay?
But
I'm fine.
just a
It's
heads
all
up,
right.
we're watching some pretty
What'd you say?
intense videos.
I
We're
feel
watching
good.
this is a Ukrainian front
Yeah,
line.
you feel all right.
It does blur
Money
out
caught
stuff.
some nasty
But thank you,
shrap.
Kelly. I hope I'll be.
I don't want you to
Next
bleed
time
out
I'm
because
Michigan,
of some shitty
I'm in
shrap.
Michigan. I'll
Let me
definitely
check
be
here.
visiting for sure.
Damn, leaf mine.
Oh, so it was a mine.
Whose bird is this? Full dig in up front.
Yeah, so he got taken out by a mine, and those guys were walking around. By
Watch
the way,
your steps, damn it.
Yeah, there's another dead Russian.
Cover. Toss a grenade in there. Come on, Wolfman, go.
The AI voice needs to stop. I think that's the 5th, 6th dead Russian we've seen so far.
Watch out for tripwires. Here is a cord.
Once again, YouTube. This is a YouTube
There's another
video.
one ahead. Watch out.
YouTube's gonna ban me. I know they're gonna ban me
Go.
for watching
Think
a
I got
YouTube
movement
video.
up ahead. Controlled and move. Any twitch, you shoot. The dugouts.
Look
Where?
at this.
Right ahead of us.
This is what
Go.
the
I'm covering and controlling.
the explosives do. You know, because this place has just been pounded.
Move, move.
The
Wolfman,
cluster
move.
munitions. You know. All right, Kelly. Thank you so much once again. I appreciate it. It's very kind
Trench
of
line
you.
at 1 o'clock. Might
You
be
and
a
my
dugout.
mother. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Frag out.
It's a little embarrassing.
Remember the dugout location?
Reactionary. As long
Right
as you
where the
don't ask
scum
for
was
payments,
spotted.
it's basically fair use.
It's further up.
Yeah, the splinters. Yeah.
Ahead, up ahead. Look there.
It's like
I
I
have
never
no
see
idea.
what they're
Where's the
shooting at.
entry?
I
Which
literally,
side, bro?
I think I've
It's
seen
in
like
front.
one video.
Over there. It's in front of us.
You know, no, I've seen several. There's definitely more than a few videos of like clearly a Russian getting hit, but I mean, 95% of the time it's him shooting into the darkness, and it's like his human eye is able to see something that the camera never picks up, and it's like that's how plugged in you need to be to survive, in this environment. You've like, because these are good cameras, 1080p at least. And it's not picking up the movements. It's not picking up what the human eye is picking up in that, survival combat situation. It's just totally nuts.
Here, bro.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases they choose not to show it. Yeah, in some cases.
Seems like there's a foxhole. Watch out, the foxhole. I'll cover you. Frag out. Support. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
And it's totally wild. All the Russian needs to do is say, I give up. I surrender. I'll come out. No weapons. And you'll get taken prisoner.
Right, Horatka. It's clear. All set? Final on your end?
Wow. So there you go. That's that. This is one video. I'm going to show the next one here. It's just totally wild to me. Ukrainian, Vietnam, elite SOF soldiers eliminate enemy in the gray zone. The footage that we're getting, this is, Vietnam, World War II. You get some pretty amazing footage. Even from World War I, there's some pretty amazing footage. With, the guys that had to get the damn.
They didn't even notice us approaching.
They're over here with 100-pound cameras, manually rotating it.
We just threw grenades at them.
So yeah, there's some amazing footage, even from World War I. But nothing compares to the kind of footage that we're getting.
You will see in action the fighters of the Special Operations Forces of Ukraine. These are elite soldiers who carry out secret and most dangerous missions: reconnaissance, Capturing
well,
prisoners,
strategy. I mean, no, you make a good point, but I think honestly, getting beaten up and potentially raped by the Russian military, because that's what they'll do if you give up, and then they do a prisoner exchange. But sometimes they don't even bother like going through that, and they just send your ass right back to the front lines. So honestly, all of that is still better than getting fucking blown up with a grenade in a little dirt hole. You're completely concussed. You have no chance of getting out, and then someone throws a grenade in there, and then that's the end of it. But they don't know that, and from their perspective, they're going to get tortured just as much as the as they they're going to get tortured in the same way that the Russians torture Ukrainian POWs.
And raids behind enemy lines, etc. About some of
that's what
these
they're
combat
told,
operations, its
they'll
participants
do it
can
immediately.
already tell and comment on the details.
Meanwhile,
that
Russia
took place on the
is
battlefield.
executing
So it would be
POWs
very
in front of the
exciting.
camera.
Let's go. Our leadership was approached by friendly units of another brigade and asked for help in advancing their units. It is almost 200 meters from the border. That is, there is a field and a forest in front of the border. We had to check the area where the enemy was located, clear it of mines,
you imagine a 100-pound
destroy
camera
the enemy if
trying
possible,
to do this?
and advance friendly units. If we wanted to equalize the situation, we had to control the road
You got to go process the film.
We conducted reconnaissance and identified possible places where we could enter the enemy's rear and thus push them to another part of the forest. We had been planning this operation for a long time. I think about a week and a half. We prepared in great detail.
Look, bro, I get it. You're wearing the mask to prevent you from, because if you get captured, but you gotta, why even bother? Why even bother, bro? Why even bother if you're going to be doing it this lazily?
Think about a week and a half.
His call sign is her son. That's cool.
Laying a logistics route, clearing a minefield, additional reconnaissance. Our guys sat near the enemy's positions, listening, finding out how many of them were there.
Oh yeah, strategy. Details. A lot of it was staged. Yeah, they would light tanks back on fire and then start filming it. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Although I'm not an engineer, it so happened that there was no engineer in the group at the time. I had to use all my skills and knowledge.
Yeah, dude, at least put it over the nose, bro. Oh my, come on with these blurs, bro. These blurs are terrible. Okay, this is what are you doing, folks? What are we doing here? What are we doing with this rookie shit? Okay, we are not protecting these men's identities very well. Look, people are going to blame me for helping the Russians. No. This is public. This is out in the public. Okay, we're not. What are we doing with these blurs? Why are you even wasting your time if you're going to do it this badly?
There were several.
Bro, come on, man. Even he's wearing full face camo makeup, and I can see this guy's face.
Options for entrances and leaves.
Okay. Someone needs to get fired.
Reconnaissance is not done.
Someone needs to get fired.
No, we repeatedly went on combat missions, and then we went to the enemy's trenches along these paths. What? Get in touch with the infantry.
Yeah, no one's going to figure that one out, guys. Got him.
We started moving to our points.
I'm just saying, like, if you're going to go to the trouble to do it, if you're going to do it right.
All ready to main facility, we were crawling.
This is a little bit better, right? He's got the hat. You only get the eyes, but even then with the eyes,
had no
right?
activity at all.
It should be a full face mask.
No one was walking or talking. So
that's the only way to do it right.
Step by step. It was good that they were sleeping and apparently not thinking much about the war.
So that's wild. So that's what these guys came up on these dudes completely unaware, man. And then it's like you're on your phone trying to send a text to your boo over there in Moscow or whatever the hell, and then you're in a gunfight, and then it's like total chaos. A grenade falls at your feet, like it just happens that
Resting. That's why we could walk around them and do our job. At first, we thought about going into their trenches. But we changed our plans because we saw that their positions were large.
The full face mask is the only choice.
So we did additional recon. We also decided to make a steal.
But
Near
it's
the
not.
dugout, we saw their super camp.
We got Russian. They're pouring over this
it.
stuff, and yes, they do seek them out to try and torture them more. We've heard lots of reports from that. The poor drone brigade that got overrun and captured. All those guys got tortured. Russians are really nasty. I want them to take this more seriously.
We came here on such a machine.
Because Russians are
brought this
bastards,
thing.
and they absolutely target. And they look at these videos and they try to find these guys and give them extra pain, give them extra torture.
Now I'm measuring its length and depth.
Okay. All right.
One.
Okay. You get it. Really good footage. Really interesting interviews. If you want to see the rest of this, we got the link right here. It's like I don't need this. We can probably cut this, guys. Anyway, we got more stuff here. This is an excerpt from documentary 20 Days in Mariupol from 2023. This gives you, a first-person view of what it's like to be in Ukraine near the front lines, or just in Ukraine in general, and experiencing Putin's terror attacks. Yeah, once again, this is stuff I couldn't show on Twitch, so I decided to find a couple things that,
feel the change of pressure.
Yeah, bulletproof. Yeah, just like in Gaza.
We hide in the entryway of a building and wait for another strike, praying it will not hit us.
Oh yeah, but what about the Azov battalion? Oh yeah, well what about the Donbass after Russia invaded and then they fought back? The civilians got killed. Zelensky's just as bad, bro. Zelensky's just as bad. Yeah, bulletproof. Too little, too late, But yeah, so I'm interrupting this video right here, but this woman's like, this fucking door, they're trying to escape, they're trying to get inside of the building, but the door, they're in an entranceway right here, but the door is fucking locked, so they're trying to open it. Okay, great video player. Great job, Reddit, you're killing it. Great job, Reddit. Great job, doing great, awesome job. But yeah, no, back to what you were saying, Bulletproof, about Mertz finally criticizing Israel. It's too little, too late. The goddamn final solution is being implemented. They're taking big chunks of the West Bank. They're finishing up Gaza, implementing a disgusting
and see this
food relief program that's encouraging people to go south to get as close to the Egyptian border as possible, with the obvious goal of pushing them into Egypt. Here's the thing, though, about this whole Egypt plan. The only way they're going to be able to do it is if Israel directly attacks Egypt. There's really no other way, because Israel's, one, going to have to blow up the wall, the 3-4 layer wall that Egypt has set up along the Gaza Strip. And that they're also going to have to, basically force the Egyptian government to accept, over 1 million potential starving refugees, just like that. Just, welcome over 1 million people, potentially 1.5, maybe even more, however many people they can. So the only way that they're going to be able to push the Gazans that they've crammed into southern Gaza, the only way to do that is to start a war with Egypt. Is there any other way? I mean, or just you're just going to let it happen? But you can't just let it happen. You have to open up. That Egypt has this massive 3-4 layer wall along the Gaza Strip. You got to open it up. You got to blast it. There's no other way. But it would take weeks for that many people to pour into Egypt. Like, it couldn't just, you can't just teleport them in. It doesn't seem very well thought out, this genocidal plan to push everybody south into Egypt. Anyway, back to Ukraine, folks. Yeah, bulletproof, it's a big step, but it should have been taken years ago, you know. These were people living in their apartments, and Vladimir Putin sent $1 million barrage of missiles. Look at these soldiers, look at these fighters. Military target, right? So they're all coming out, you know, thinking it's all over. And then, you know, and this is intentional, by the way, you know, you target a place heavily, 15, 20 minutes goes by, maybe 40 minutes goes by, you send another barrage to the same location. It's about terror. That's what it's about. It's about terror. So this poor woman, blasted. She's got a big wound on her side. And quite frankly, she looks like she's losing a lot of blood. She looks like she's going pale. Yeah, the wound is just on the other side. Oh, she's pregnant. Maybe she's pregnant. Jesus Christ. And this needs to be pointed out. Ukraine has never, ever intentionally targeted and attacked Russian civilians. Never. Never. And this happens daily in Ukraine. And we're supposed to pretend like this is a both sides situation, right? Because that benefits Putin, right? That's why we're talking about it. That's why it's a narrative.
But in this chaos, nobody can answer.
Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Guy was holding a baby. This happens at least once a week. Jesus Christ. Was this a nursery in a hospital? I might have missed what he said at the beginning there. Jesus fucking Christ. Yep. It's a hospital, yep. These are incubators for babies. And Putin shoots it up. Putin shoots it up like it's a military fucking target, like it's, you know, filled with enemies and weapons. Look at that. Look at that crater.
The name of the police officer speaking to us is Vladimir. He wants to make a statement.
Так, пошли. Сьогодні російські загарбники скоїли тяжкий злочин. Вони нанесли бомбовий удар по центру міста Маріуполя. Вони зруйнували бомбами роддом, пологовий будинок.
And then he asks,
so that was a pregnant woman.
Russian troops commit war crimes
every day.
Our family, our women, our children need helps. Our people needs help from international society.
Yeah,
please
strategy.
Help Mariupol.
This was last year. Nothing has changed, and in fact, it's only been ramped up. You know, and it's the reason, you know, the reason why it can be sanitized and hand waved away is that American media doesn't show you those images. Right, so we got this bullshit from this bloviating asshat. Trump seriously, quote unquote, seriously considering lifting all Biden-era restrictions on Ukraine's war effort, sources say. So we'll see. It's on the table at least, right? We're having a discussion about it at least. And I predicted this months ago because, like, you know, I knew how Putin was going to react. Not to toot my own horn here, but it's pretty easy, right? He's the only thing Putin wants to talk about is complete capitulation. The only deal on the table that Putin has ever taken seriously is you give us everything and then some, and then we'll consider giving you a respite for a couple years before, and then we'll finish the job. That's the only deal he's ever talked about. That's the only thing that's ever discussed by Vladimir Putin. And Trump is okay with most of that stuff. He just needs a little give. It's like, okay, get out of the Donbass, get out of the Dnipro area. You get Crimea, and we'll get them to sign a document that says they'll never join NATO. That's what Trump wants. And he's like, we can work with that. We can work with that. And Putin's like, no, you're going to give us everything and then some. You're going to literally give us territory that we haven't even invaded yet. And you're going to sign a document that says you're never going to join NATO, etc. You're going to give us everything and then some. And that's the only deal that Putin has ever entertained. And even for Trump, that's not good enough. Because what does Trump want? He wants that 24-hour victory. He wants to be the guy that says that he's ended the war, even if it isn't technically ended. He would totally do a George Bush mission accomplished. You know, hey, we did it. We're bringing home the troops, and then, you know, bases are still there. The conflict's still happening. Kelly's 100% correct there. And the only time Trump tells the truth is when it's in support of a lie. So unfortunately, I have some bad news for Ukraine. The last video of the day, once again, doing a reporting from Ukraine. And this is a little bit boring, Kelly, so just a heads up. This is kind of wonky, but this is a military map update on a breakthrough that happened near the Pokrovsk region. And of course, Pokrovsk is kind of the hottest area of the battlefield right now. And taking this spot allows Russia to further expand its spider web. It gives Russia access to some very important logistical supply lines, etc. So that's why they're pushing really, really hard, going as hard as possible, trying to do this, I think, before, during the summer, before things start getting cold again. I think maybe muddy. It's mainly about weather. Let me just say that the main reason why we're seeing this big push. But let's get this update here from reporting from Ukraine.
Today there are a lot of important updates from the Pokrovsk direction. Here, between Pokrovsk and Kostiantynivka, Russian forces have punched through a vulnerable section of the front, threatening two of Ukraine's most strategic cities in Donbass. As the breakthrough deepens, both sides are now rushing to tip the balance before the summer offensive reaches full scale.
Right.
Recently, Russian forces made relatively rapid gains in a breakthrough between Pokrovsk and Kostiantynivka. This breakthrough places key Ukrainian positions in Donbass at risk. Including
it's very, very fucking risky, though, over here. Because if Ukraine is able to keep these positions supplied and apply pressure appropriately, these guys are walking into a trap. But with that said, Russia has had success in the past with big, bold maneuvers like this. And, of course, the main reason why they can get away with it is they have the manpower and supplies and material over Ukraine. And it doesn't have to be that way, okay? It really doesn't. Ukraine could be overflowing with material and easily push back on these kind of strategies. But, while Russia is pushing in this way, they're losing hundreds of men, hundreds of vehicles, but they just keep pushing.
The logistics behind Kostiantynivka and the Mirnograd-Pokrovsk agglomeration, which would open up an axis of advance for the Russians on both Kostiantynivka and Pokrovsk. This vector of advance is the best chance of frontline progress for the Russians, which is why they are throwing the most forces for attacks here. This creates a potential vulnerability for the Ukrainians in the defense of both Pokrovsk and Kostiantynivka. Ukrainians understand that this Russian breakthrough will play a pivotal role in the upcoming Russian summer offensive in their effort to take both cities. The Russian offensive effort on the other front lines surrounding Pokrovsk and Kostiantynivka is relatively slow, characterized by brutal and grinding battles that lead to meager territorial gains. Meanwhile, in the area of the breakthrough, the Russians managed to advance over 10 kilometers from their initial positions at Vozdvizhenka in less than 2 months of fighting, placing them just 12 kilometers away from Kostiantynivka. Such a continued rate of advance could allow the Russian forces to reach the city during the summer, unless the Ukrainians successfully contained them and stabilized the situation. Russians achieved these territorial gains through multi-phase assault tactics designed to systematically locate, bombard, and overrun Ukrainian positions. Russians started by probing Ukrainian defenses with small reconnaissance units made up of expendable suicide squads, hoping to reveal Ukrainian firing positions. After several squads have been sent forward, the Russians are then able to accurately identify Ukrainian positions before hitting them with intense artillery and glide bomb strikes. Following the bombardment, additional Russian infantry squads are sent forward to assess the damage and engage in close quarters combat if any Ukrainian defenders remain. Meanwhile, Russian drones work to isolate the Ukrainians by monitoring and cutting off potential Ukrainian retreat or reinforcement routes, limiting their tactical flexibility. This leaves Ukrainian defenders with a difficult choice: either remain in position and risk being overrun after bombardment, or attempt a retreat under the threat of Russian drones. Regardless of the loss of positions, this Russian tactic usually results in a casualty ratio of at least 3-to-1.
And so 3-to-1 in Ukraine's favor. So that means for every 3 dead Russians, that's 1 dead Ukrainian. And no country can sustain this. Not even Russia. But Russia can sustain it long enough to wear out the Western democracies, and that's the gamble. That's the gamble here. That Trump doesn't get any of this. He's so completely clueless. But that's the gamble here that Putin is taking. And once, if the shoe were on the other foot and it was Ukraine pushing back, Putin would have to start dipping into the more the middle class of Russia, going into the urban areas, the urban centers inside Russia, to start pulling recruits, from middle class Russian families. That's when he would start receiving political pressure. But as long as he can send North Korean troops or incredibly poor people in the vassal areas that Russia owns, poor desperate criminals, sending these, car thieves and other types of people to the front lines. As long as he can do that, and he can make that last, and he doesn't have to start dipping from the wealthy or the Russian middle class. He can outlast Western democracy because of how weak our leaders are. I mean, look what's happening over here. We're still hand-wringing about limitations and things like that. This is all to the benefit of Putin.
In favor of the Ukrainians. Ukrainians countered this Russian tactic by taking out the initial Russian suicide squads with mines, drone-dropped grenades, and kamikaze strikes. This ensures the Ukrainian defenders do not have to reveal their position by firing on the Russian assault groups.
Oh, that's clever.
The implementation of these drone interceptions has reportedly increased the casualty ratio in some areas to as high as 7-to-1,
7-to-1?
with the number of cases going even higher.
Come on.
As a result, these Russian tactics...
Now, you should be skeptical about these numbers, but these numbers are not wildly... It's not like they're taking 1-to-1 and exaggerating 7-to-1. Maybe it's 5-to-1. Maybe 6-to-1 when they say 7-to-1. But for every dead Ukrainian, they're taking out 3 to 4, 5, 6, in some cases 7 Russians with them. And those kind of numbers don't win you wars normally. Only in this toxic, twisted situation does Putin have the advantage temporarily with resources. Right? This is the exact war that Putin wanted to fight, a war of attrition, a war of supplies and resources, because he's got warehouses filled with, Cold War era tanks.
Typically succeed only when Ukrainian forces lack sufficient drone support to detect and eliminate the Russian recon squads before they reach the Ukrainian positions and can commence their bombing strikes. This is why, in response to the Russian breakthrough, Ukrainians redeployed elite drone brigades to stabilize the front. The units deployed include the Phoenix Drone Regiment, whose elite drone operators have already started to successfully counter and destroy Russian heavy equipment and infantry on the move.
So that's a cool logo.
They are further complemented by ground components of the N of Kiev Brigade, assigned to reinforce and defend key ground.
See, I don't know, man. I don't know about that logo, man. Can we not with the German style thing on the shield, please? Right? It's hard enough trying to explain people why the Azov logo looks like that, and they've kept it. Can we not with the... Can we stick with the cool phoenixes and animals and stuff? Do we have to do this on our thing? It's not a good look, guys.
Positions from the Russian onslaught, while the drone units relieve the pressure. Their experience with past successful counterattacks on the western flank of Pokrovsk will enable them to conduct an active defense and possibly even push the Russians back around their recent breakthrough. Overall, the Russians managed to exploit a critical breakthrough along the Pokrovsk-Kostiantynivka highway, where the Ukrainians responded promptly to counter the threat. By redeploying elite drone units such as the Phoenix Regiment to counter Russian assaults, as well as the N of Kiev Assault Brigade, Ukrainians are effectively closing a weakness in their defensive lines. If the newly redeployed units succeed in their respective missions, they will prevent Russians from consolidating their positions and hold the advance before Russians can translate this into larger, operationally significant gains.
All right, so we'll see.
If you are against the invasion...
So basically, we'll see. And folks, make sure you're giving Reporting from Ukraine any help that you can. Check them out, give them a like, give them a subscribe. Great content. Reporting from Ukraine, been holding it down since the very beginning, and quite frankly doing an excellent job fundraising and just giving as much support as possible to Ukraine throughout, this entire invasion. So excellent job reporting from Ukraine there. All right, moving on away from Ukraine. By the way, thanks Ukraine for getting me banned on Twitch. It's your fault. Now, seriously, if Mom and Kelly, if you're watching, probably turn it off, guys, because we're gonna be looking at some pretty heavy stuff. Definitely not weekend kind of viewing. Okay, stuff that will break your heart. So I do recommend tuning away. You don't have to feel like a coward by any means. But this stuff is going to get pretty hairy, okay? Because we're going to be looking at starving people, and we're going to be looking at people that have just recently been bombed. Everything is blurred out, okay? I'm going to do I did the best I could to find sources that don't show it graphically or anything, but just a heads up. So moving over to Gaza here, this person over here, I think on Twitter, who is paying Elon Musk for a blue check. Probably shouldn't do that if you're a lefty. Probably shouldn't give Elon Musk $5 to up your message on an algorithm that is intentionally programmed to promote right-wing information. There's really no point in, this whole idea that you pay for verification, then you get prioritized in the algorithm. Why would you do that on Twitter? It makes no sense. So maybe stop giving Elon Musk money, Normal Island News. But I did like this tweet here. People are too harsh on Israel. According to polling data, it's only 47% of the Israeli population that wants to kill every last Palestinian, and only 82% that wants to ethnically cleanse Palestine. I mean, come on. Please don't condemn a whole country for the actions of a psychotic majority. You can't, it's, so this is, a message to, and I don't know where the sources are. I'm taking this person's word for it. Maybe I shouldn't because they're dumb enough to give Elon Musk money. But I'm going to go ahead and take their word for it because I've seen similar, we've looked it up, the polling, similar information, but it's a fact. A democratic plurality, that means, if you were to have an election and ask just one question and every single Israeli person voted, what to do about the Palestinian problem, a democratic majority would choose either ethnic cleansing or full eradication. I've talked about this before, but that's really the only debate that's even happening in Israel is, do we kill them all or do we ethnically cleanse them, and where do we do that? Which Arab country or African country do we become enemies of to complete this ethnic cleansing. That's really the only debate that's honestly happening. And I have examples of this happening. This is like in terms of the debate happening. I mean, like on Sunday morning talk shows and the Israeli version of The View, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's just accepted as common sense that, yeah, we're going to ethnically cleanse these people at the very least. And then they have, louder people that are like, no, they're monsters, they're animals, kill them all. Right. That's really the only debate that's happening. Now, there is a small minority of Israelis that, of course, are for peace, negotiation, a two-state solution. Those people do exist. Let's not say that, but, They don't have any political power. They don't have a democratic majority. They are, they are beaten up and abused by police when they protest. It's like saying, well, there's people in Russia that want peace with Ukraine. It's like, yeah, okay, you're probably right. You're definitely right. But it's rather moot because who has political power? Who has all the power, to make things happen? It's certainly not the people who want peace with Ukraine. Definitely not. I find this hilarious. These people are complete clowns when it comes. I mean, Bibi Netanyahu has been pulling them around by the nose hairs for 20 years now, and this was inevitable. They were passing the buck, like, okay, well, this is a problem I won't have to deal with. Maybe someone else will in terms of leadership. But it's all coming up now, and they have to make a decision. Okay, do we support this ethnic cleansing that they are clearly that they are saying is an ethnic cleansing? So here's Israel coming out saying Israel threatens UK and France with West Bank annexation if they recognize Palestine. Because right now is the question, well, I mean, do we recognize Palestine before Palestine's completely erased? Israel has successfully delayed this recognition process for so long. Do we even bother recognizing Palestine before they're completely eradicated? And this is, Israel saying, well, if you do that, then we're gonna really super duper annex the West Bank. I find this hilarious. Like, this is supposed to be a threat. You know what I mean? We're going to be super duper evil if you acknowledge their existence. Because the whole time Israel's been saying, well, we want to acknowledge their existence, but they'll never acknowledge us, and that's that's the only way we'll do it. And there's been many times with the Palestinian Authority totally agreeing to acknowledge the existence of Israel, et cetera, et cetera. Anytime those negotiations get anywhere close to serious, Bibi Netanyahu is no, that's not good enough. Oh, we're out of here. I'm storming out of these negotiations. I'm a hero. It's the entire two-state process for decades has been about buying time to complete this ethnic cleansing. If it were up to Bibi, they would continue to do it piece by piece, very slowly over the course of decades. They would continue to take little bits and pieces. But the only way for Bibi to exist politically right now is to have a coalition with extremist, and I'm talking extreme, folks. Ben-Gvir, we're going to be talking about him. Smotrich, the whole crew. Bibi doesn't get to exist politically without their assistance, so he has to basically go along with. I mean, he basically agrees with them. The only thing that they disagree on is how to get it done. Right? Bibi says, look, we want to make the Western, that's all the West wants. The West is perfectly happy pretending like they give a crap about the settler movements and the Israeli land and the Palestinian land being stolen. They'll pretend to care. As long as we do it nice and slow, 20,000 here, 6 months later, 10,000 there, this olive grove, and then 4 months later, this other olive grove. Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are like, no, kill them all. Put a gun to their head and tell them to leave. If they don't leave, shoot them, and then build a hotel over their corpses. And that's currently the juggling act that Bibi is playing. And meanwhile, Keir Starmer, Macron, Mark Carney over there in Canada, Donald Trump was like, kill them all. Yeah, what are we talking about? Kill them all. I want to build I care so much about life. That's why I want to build the Riviera in the Gaza Strip. Oh, so you're going to let the Palestinians back after rebuilding? No, they're not even going to want to come back. They're going to love their tents. I'm literally quoting Trump right now. Oh, so you're gonna take it over and rebuild the Gaza Strip, and then the Palestinians are going to come back. It's going to be so nice that they're not even going to want to come back. That was his argument. Just Bibi Netanyahu's like, okay, all right, I'm gonna ethnically clean, you're gonna do okay, $2 trillion, all right, crazy guy. Israel-Hamas war. U.S. brokers Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal. So you might have seen this in the news. Bibi Netanyahu, I agree to a ceasefire. Came out really quick, right? You know, it was proposed, and then Bibi Netanyahu immediately approved and said, yep, this is it. And, of course, it's filled with a bunch of poison pills that nobody in their right mind, even Hamas in its current state, would actually agree to it. Like there's no easy way for Hamas. You know, like they don't make it easy. They basically put Hamas in a situation where you completely capitulate to your conquerors, bend the knee, dissolve, give up all your political leverage, and then we'll kill you. And then we'll kill you. Or you know, don't accept that deal and just continue to fight, and we'll continue to kill you and civilians as well. There's really no other choice. I'm not defending Hamas here. Hamas are useful idiots that were manipulated easily by Bibi Netanyahu to turn into the perfect Islamic boogeymen. So you know, you'll get no defense of Hamas from me whatsoever. The best thing that they could do for Palestine is to lay down their weapons and surrender. Literally say, we're never, you know, Hamas is now a nonviolent organization. You know, of course, no one would believe them, but that's really the only other direction they could go in outside of continuing, you know, because like the more they fight back, the more Israel is emboldened to wipe out civilians along with Hamas. And I do have several videos of Palestinians chanting down with Hamas. Now, of course, they might be doing that in a performative way to try and get aid from the United States and Israel, who are now controlling all of the aid in a horrific way. I got video. It's like fucking concentration camp footage. I kid you not. But anyway, just I always have to do the Hamas disclaimer, right? Because we got the people that want to, you know,
cool it with the anti-Semitic.
Because there are lefties, Hassan, that currently still make an argument that Hamas are somehow freedom fighters, when really the accurate description is Hamas is holding the population of Gaza hostage. They're not democratic. You've heard it all before, but it needs to be said. It does need to be said, and I have no problem saying it, right? That, you know, we got to be talking about how bad Hamas is at this, how they're not the legitimate government. It's total fucking chaos. You know, they're not providing security for any Palestinians, and in fact, are happily putting Palestinian civilians in danger for their own ridiculous political gains. And then to top it off, you got the leadership that don't even live there. You know, they're not even there. Where are they now? Weren't they kicked out of Qatar? Wasn't that a news thing 3-4 months ago? I should probably know that. Where did they go? Was Sinwar, were they sent back to Palestine, and that's why he was killed recently? Because we had a leader of Hamas? Don't worry, they killed a leader of Hamas. There we go. So that's it. We're all done, right? Oh, yeah. It's barely a blip that they got the leader of Hamas, that they killed the leader of Hamas. That barely matters because we know they're not stopping. Anyway.
The 1.5-year-long war between Israel and Hamas could finally see some let-up. A U.S. plan for Gaza, guaranteed by President Donald Trump and mediators Qatar and Egypt, is bringing both warring parties to nearly the same page.
China?
But will it finally come through? President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff expressed optimism about brokering an agreement to halt the war and return more hostages.
Sorry, it's Indian news. Sorry, guys.
According to Reuters, which accessed the blueprint, the New Deal proposes a 60-day ceasefire. Within the first week of the ceasefire, 28 Israeli hostages.
Right. So this totally doesn't make any sense. So you give us a good bulk of your in the first week, and we've already seen how Israel reacts to these deals. You know, Hamas will give up a few hostages. There's a ceasefire for a couple days, and then boom, it's just total chaos again. They start bombing, You know, so here, give us a good chunk of your leverage for 1 week, of peace, and then it's right back to it.
Hostages alive and dead will be released. The plan, as per Reuters, also mentions that the remaining Israeli hostages will be released after a permanent ceasefire is implemented.
Right.
As per the latest
That they
proposal,
define.
Israel will release 125 Palestinian prisoners sentenced to life and 1,111 prisoners who were detained after Hamas.
By the way, these people were kidnapped without due process. A lot of them are teenagers, some of them as young as 13 years old. And it's well known that the facilities that they're being housed in have normalized using rape as a tool. So they basically acquiesce to prison guards to engage in sexual violence against these Palestinian prisoners. So just so you know, these are, they got life sentences. That's basically like saying, well, the people that died in Stalin's gulags, they were all sentenced. They were all sentenced in a court of law. It's basically the same thing here. There's no due process whatsoever.
This is October 7 attack. Additionally, Israel will also release the mortal remains of 180 dead Palestinians. The newly proposed ceasefire plan also includes sending aid to Gaza as soon as Hamas signs off on the latest agreement. Once the ceasefire agreement is implemented, the Israeli military operation will also cease. Israeli troops will only redeploy after the hostages are released. The ceasefire agreement has been guaranteed by Donald Trump, and it will lead to a permanent solution to this conflict.
Look, and anybody who has been watching this for longer than 5 seconds knows that these things are broken immediately by Israel. Sometimes within 48 hours or less of them signing these documents, Israel will be breaking these agreements. And then, but the media allows them to frame it as well, we were attacked first. Even in some cases I've seen last year, if I recall, the media calling out Israel about the last ceasefire, like, you guys broke it. You broke it blatantly. No, we didn't. You're anti-Semitic for saying that. Okay, moving on. Sorry to say that. Sorry, I want to keep my job at BBC, so I'm just going to let you lie to me for the next 20 minutes.
We're dealing with the whole situation in Gaza. We're getting food to the people of Gaza.
Lie.
It's been a very nasty situation, very nasty fight. October 7th was a very nasty day, the worst that I think I've ever seen. It was a horrible day, and people aren't going to forget that either. So we'll see how that all works out.
The Israeli government has not publicly confirmed that it approved the latest proposal. But the White House announced that Israel has signed off on a new Gaza ceasefire plan submitted to Hamas.
I can confirm that Special Envoy Witkoff and the president submitted a ceasefire proposal to Hamas that Israel backed and supported. Israel signed off on this proposal before it was sent to Hamas.
So isn't that great, right? They set up an agreement with nothing but poison pills for Hamas, a deal that any military commander would reject outright. Filled with promises that Israel has broken in the past, right? We signed it. We're good to go. And then they hand it over to Hamas. They're like, of course we're not going to sign this. Of course we're not going to agree to this. And they go, you see, that's why they love it. They want war. They deserve this. It wouldn't work so well if the media weren't so willing to be manipulated by this messaging. Okay, what we are seeing is the final solution on the Palestinians being implemented, and this is how they're going to be selling it to the rest of the world. Once again framed in an existential way. If we don't do this, Israel is annihilated, et cetera, et cetera.
I can also confirm that those discussions are continuing, and we hope that a ceasefire in Gaza will take place so we can return all of the hostages home, and that's been a priority from this administration from the beginning. I won't comment further as we are in the midst of this right now.
Clear, you don't know if Hamas has accepted it yet?
Not to my knowledge, but certainly if that becomes the case and this ceasefire goes into effect, you'll hear it directly from myself, the president, or Special Envoy Witkoff.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly told the families of hostages still held in Gaza that he's prepared to move forward with Witkoff's temporary ceasefire proposal. Hamas said the ceasefire...
And I need to remind you, this is they know they're going to break this ceasefire. They have no intention of stopping. This is just about buying time. and getting media attention away from their ethnic cleansing campaign. They have no intention of stopping. Maybe they'll take a couple days break, couple weeks break. This is not stopping, though.
Hamas said the ceasefire proposal with Israel is still under discussion, but in its current form will only result in the continuation of killing and famine in Gaza. Hamas said the deal contradicted previous discussions held with Witkoff and other negotiators. But at the same time, the Palestinian group remains in touch with mediators and is expected to submit its response in due time. Netanyahu has refused to end the war until all hostages are released and Hamas is either destroyed or disarmed and sent into exile. He has said that Israel will control Gaza indefinitely and facilitate what he refers to as the voluntary emigration of much of its population.
So that's actually a bigger deal. It is now ethnic cleansing and genocide is now state policy. And this is why we've seen characters like Piers Morgan and others come out and say, "I was wrong. I got nothing to defend this." It is now official state policy. What we're seeing here, this ethnic cleansing. There's no dancing around this. There's no this is about Hamas. They're of course going to continue to use that rhetoric, but now it is official government policy to eradicate the Gaza Strip, and of course we're seeing the increase in operations in the West Bank as well. They're going to need another October 7th like event in the West Bank to really accelerate that in the way that they want to. So look out for that. Look out for the next. I don't know. I mean, Hamas isn't in the West Bank like they are in the Gaza Strip, and the Palestinian Authority is not stupid enough to do an October 7th like event. So they're going to have to really, turn up the propaganda or orchestrate a different kind of atrocity.
Palestinians and most of the international community have rejected plans to resettle Gaza's population.
No, they don't have to
Hamas has said that it will only release the remaining hostages in return for more Palestinian prisoners, a lasting ceasefire, and a full Israeli withdrawal. It has offered to give up power to a committee of politically independent Palestinians that could oversee the reconstruction of Gaza.
Okay. So we're gonna get into what's going on in Gaza right now. So we'll go ahead and stop watching this incredibly, unintentionally hilarious video from some Indian news source, CNN. That calls himself CNN, very confusingly, with a red logo, of course. Yeah, I mean, strategy, I don't want to, speculate. It's October 7th wasn't technically a false flag, but it wasn't technically out of the blue either. But that's a whole other subject we could get into. But let's start talking about what's happening right now. Israel plans new illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank. This is Al Jazeera, so grain of salt here. But with that said, this seems like mostly truthful reporting. With that said, though, Al Jazeera is still over here calling Hamas freedom fighters. The only narrative, it's like the only narrative they know how to do is, good guy versus bad guy. Al Jazeera doesn't really want to get into nuance, and that's the fault of their owners, the owners in Qatar, the people who own Al Jazeera. That's their fault that they don't engage in nuance criticizing Hamas, because frankly, that would help their case. The Arab world in general, if they were more willing to criticize Hamas, more willing to criticize Hezbollah and their tactics that don't work. Are you going to send more rockets? Really? More piddle-fuck rockets that don't do jack shit? Oh, you're going to cut off more people's heads and more Islamic-style terrorism? Oh, it's going to work this time. It'll do it this time. Meanwhile, Bibi Netanyahu smiles, Ben-Gvir smiles ear to ear, big shit-eating grin every time there's Islamic terror in the world. Because they can say, see, look, you give them an inch, they take a mile. The only way to do it's eradication. They're all like that. I can't tell you how counterproductive Islamic terror has been for the Arab world. The whole idea that we're supposed to be afraid. And, look, I'm afraid to, show an image of Muhammad, right, and really, get into the criticisms, because there are the weird wackos that come out of the woodwork and they do a Salman Rushdie on your ass, right? But I got to say, the bad guys have taken advantage of Islamic terror way more than Islamic terrorists and the people that support them the liberals that support this strategy, you know, who's won more? Who's won more political power? Who's gotten more territory? Who's got more, you know, clout in the international world? Is it the people that are the defenders, right? That are using Islamic terror, ISIS, ISIL, Taliban, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc., etc. Oh, they're soaking in it, man. They got all kinds of political power, man. People are afraid across the world. They're totally utilizing the strategy to the max. Or are the Bibi Netanyahus winning and easily playing these useful idiots like fiddles? You know? Oh, great. Send another rocket. Yeah, okay. Easily turned into positive PR for Israel and its campaign against the Palestinians. Easily.
Well, as Israel continues to besiege the Gaza Strip, it's also putting pressure on the occupied West Bank, ramping up both raids and illegal settlements. Israeli media is reporting that the government has approved 22 new illegal settlements on Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank. The UN says Israeli forces demolished more than 1,700 Palestinian buildings and homes and seized 24 square kilometers of land last year. Palestinians need Israeli military permits to build any structure in 61% of the occupied West Bank, and those are rarely approved. Our correspondent Nida Hibram is joining us on set. Put this into context for us. This seems like a large number of Israeli settlements.
Absolutely, Rob. This is the largest batch of illegal Israeli settlements to be approved in one decision. And we've learned from Israeli media that this decision was taken in the Security Cabinet last week. It was just made public in the past few hours, announced by the Israeli officials. This has been already a system that is in place in the occupied West Bank, illegal Israeli settlements being built and expanded. What's happening here now is that they are retroactively recognizing illegal settlement outposts that already exist. These happen when Israeli settlers come in, put a caravan or two, and then start expanding and expanding before the Israeli government gives them this recognition. But we are talking also about new...
Thank you, strategy member, for looking into that. So we still have Hamas leadership holed up in fancy Qatari hotels. You know what I mean? You see this, and it's like, it's really privileged of me, white guy, living in Western democracy, living, you know, comfortably, especially compared to people in that region, to say, you got to stop with the rockets, right? You got to stop, because from their perspective, it's them defending themselves. But what I'm trying to say is that you have to, of course, defend yourself, but you have to completely change the strategy. And this is where Gandhi comes in, right? Because he saw a very similar dynamic, an empire taking advantage. And he said, there's a different path here that we can take to peace, where we keep the moral authority, which is the essential part of the argument of us, you know, of us winning. We can't, because Palestine can't win without the moral authority. They should just have it. If reporting was honest, if the news was honest, if people were honest, then obviously the morality of the situation would side with Palestine. But that's not the case, and that's up for grabs because of institutions like Hamas. And it's just like, the Arab world needs to come to the realization that this style of resistance is not only counterproductive, but actually helps their opponents. It helps the people that are trying to eliminate or put in shackles the Arab world, because those entities do exist. Zionism hates Arabs. You know, that's just a fact. And it's like, do you take it seriously or not? And then you look at characters like the prince of the prince in Qatar, right? The prince of the royal family there, who's running the whole thing. He's a total fucking joke. And he's made several statements about he doesn't even really care about Palestinians. He's only doing it because his dad used to give a shit. He really only cares about the ching ching, and you know what I'm talking about with that reference. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Scumbag. right? And here he is, you know, what he should do is he should arrest Hamas, those Hamas leaders, and hold them for trial. Okay, and it's like, well, what about Israel? What about Israel? It's like, okay, well, we need, you know, everyone needs justice. Okay, but you know, the ICC called out Bibi Netanyahu, Ben Gvir, and also the leaders of Hamas for good reason.
Illegal settlement buildings, settlements already that were not
it needs to
in
be
existence.
Talked about.
And what does that do is that kind of fills in the gaps of the places that were remaining for the Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. We've already been reporting for years now that Israeli settlements are strangling Palestinian communities inside the West Bank, and now these new settlements come in to kind of fill the gap and make a potential future Palestinian state almost impossible on the ground.
You were talking there about the fact that this is an ongoing process. We've seen this for many years, and yet this is a significantly large number. Talk to us about the timing of this. Why do you think it's ramping up at this point?
Well, there are so many factors. One of them is that eyes are on Gaza. People are talking about Gaza and the war and ending the war and diplomatic discussions in order to bring an end to the hostilities there. But what's happening in the occupied West Bank is not less serious. This is what Palestinians would tell you, that Israel is using this moment where everyone is looking at Gaza to cement its occupation in the occupied West Bank. Another element to this is that we're seeing
and
more...
We got institutions like the BBC still afraid to use the word ethnic cleansing. You know, and I've talked about this, about how, you know, they're being completely played and rolled by Israel. And they've you know, there has to come a time where they're like, you know, they're called out, or at least they're recognized across the mainstream as the network that sold us Israel's ethnic cleansing. You know, all these corporate networks that played the games that let Israel spokesmen just lie for hours and hours. Don't believe your lying eyes. Oh, we didn't attack that medical convoy, then dump all the corpses in a shallow grave. We didn't do that. And if we did, then we did it because Hamas. You know, I guess the fact is that if they're the reality, then, you know, it's up to them to report. They don't have to report on their own failures, do they? And if they have control over everything, except for a small sliver like us over here, right?
Western governments discussing, especially in Europe, recognizing the Palestinian state. We already had 5 countries last year acknowledge and recognize the Palestinian state as an attempt to preserve the two-state solution. What's happening now is that more and more countries are mulling and looking forward to...
The footage that we're looking at is Israeli-funded machinery destroying Palestinian homes.
Recognize more the Palestinian state. That's why we've seen settler leaders.
And here we see the IDF guarding and protecting this illegal settlement operation. These are things that were brought up 20 years ago. Okay, if you're new to this, if you're like, wow, this is shocking. This is actually stuff that's literally been happening for decades. And you know, Libby lefties like me have been talking about this stuff way before October 7th, way before October 7th.
The occupied West Bank, pressuring the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to basically impose more of sovereignty in the occupied West Bank, stress and cement their control by creating more and more illegal Israeli settlements and bring in more Israeli settlers.
Appreciate you breaking that down for us, Nida. Thank you very much indeed, Nida Ibrahim.
Yeah, great job, Nida Ibrahim. Great job. So you guys want to see something really, really funny? You guys ready to laugh your ass off? Oh, yeah. Are you ready for the funnies? Are you ready for the chuckles? All right? Get ready for this, folks. We got Israel's hottest comedian right here, okay? This is it. This guy's #1. He's absolutely killing it, pun intended, on the circuit. Wait till you hear this incredibly edgy stuff. Israeli comedian. You ready? I better get my cricket button ready here. Hold on.
I believe that Palestinian films should win any awards ever because they only know how to play one role, victim. You know, it's like my family is so starving. They only got 5 trucks of humanitarian aid. Please donate, link in the bio. No, okay, they want to play one more thing. Fake dead baby. You want to see me win a Palestinian Oscar right now? Thank you so much, everybody!
Wow, yay! All right. Okay, cool. Wow, cool. Wow. Here we go. Pro-Israel comedy, folks. Pro-Israel stand-up. Let's go. Let's go, bitch. Woo! Catch him on Kill Tony in a week, guys. He's going to be on Kill Tony in a week. Ha-ha. The chuckles never stop. The chuckles. Oh, we got a little bit more. Bonus. We got bonus comedy. You ready? Here we go. Because I know you wanted more. We all wanted more of this.
Goes to Muhammad, thank you.
Yeah.
Honestly, sometimes I wish I grew up in Gaza because I would be like a Hollywood superstar.
Really funny stuff, man. Wow. They're not even really good jokes. They're not even like that good. Okay. There's some stuff you could make fun of, you could have probably stuck to the whole like Islam, the Muhammad pedophile stuff, that could always get a few laughs. But yeah, I mean, this guy he bought all the propaganda, right? Oh, they're faking it, the fake bodies, all that stuff. Playing the victim. That's really hilarious that, he's like, Palestinians, they only know how to play the victim. Right? Because pro-Israeli people know nothing about that.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
All right, let's keep this train going. Woke Patriot was nice enough to give this to us in the Discord. We do have a Discord. If you want it, I can give you a link. I got to fix my link thing. But Tom York received some shit a couple months ago. He got confronted by a pro-Palestinian activist. He was like, the pro-Palestine guy was like right up front, and Tom York, there was like a pause in between songs. He was changing guitars or something, and this guy just starts, screaming at him, and then Tom York kind of ignored it, and it was kind of perceived, because of previous support, and statements that he was a supporter of Israel. Which would have been, I mean, if anyone knows Radiohead, if anyone knows Tom York, like, there's a lot of respect for this guy, especially on the underground. Smart fella, ahead of his time, progressive in a million different ways. It would be incredibly disappointing, we'll just say that, if he were to come out and be rah pro kill Palestinians, right? That would just be, that would really make an entire generation of people kind of really sad. Well, I'm here to clear the record, and thankfully Woke Patriot was nice enough to give this to us here. That is not the case, folks. That is not the case. And Tom York doing it in the way that, that, of course, this is total Tom York. Very classy, very eloquent, and he put out a statement here. So let me just read a little bit of this from Pitchfork here. Tom York has released a statement about Israel and the war in Gaza. The Radiohead and Smile frontman began his statement by acknowledging the pro-Palestinian concertgoer who shouted at him about the war during an Australian show last year. And once again, credit to Tom York, doesn't call the guy an asshole, doesn't really call the guy out from what I've read from these clips here, at least. But doesn't say like this asshole, and he, just acknowledges the reality, then gets on to addressing it, which I think shows an incredible amount of character, right? Because he just like, he could have found a better way to do that. Could have found, you interrupted my show. He doesn't get into any of that, ego shit. But he does address the reality of it. Some guy shouting at me from the dark last year when I was picking up a guitar to sing the final song alone in front of 9,000 people in Melbourne didn't really seem like the best moment to discuss the unfolding humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Okay, fair enough. Totally. Because, like, maybe if you're in the audience, you've never been a performer, right? It's sometimes it's like, okay, like, I'm trying to do a show here, and, it's like, sometimes it doesn't work. So that's totally fair. York shared, quote unquote, afterwards, I remained in shock that my supposed silence was somehow being taken as complicity, and I struggled to find an adequate way to respond to this and to carry on with the rest of the shows on the tour. So he was like, oh man, he was actually legitimately worried that people were taking this out of context and they thought he was complicit in this, which shows to me that he has morality, that he's a moral person, right? York continued by stating his opposition to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. I was a little worried about this at first, because it's like, okay, is he just one of these guys that's like, basically acquiesces to what's happening? Oh, we got no choice after October 7th. But I got a real problem with Bibi Netanyahu. Is he one of these guys? No. So Benjamin Netanyahu and his government, around the time radio had last performed in Israel, right? So this was controversial, even back then, because of what was happening. In 2017, York also made his clear opposition to Netanyahu. Quote, I think Netanyahu and his crew of extremists are totally out of control and need to be stopped, and that the international community should put all the pressure it can on them to cease, the musician wrote. Their excuse of self-defense has long since worn thin and has been replaced by a transparent desire to take control of Gaza and the West Bank permanently. And it's like, bah damn, dude, thank you. Thank you, Tom York. Appreciate it. You're a cool guy. Can I hang out with you, please? Additionally, York called the blockade of aid to Gaza horrific. All right. York also condemned Hamas, and this is where this guy is smart. Okay, like this shows a kind of awareness that a lot of celebrities just can't hit. And I'm talking about big timers like Joe Rogan and stuff. They don't have this kind of awareness. But York also condemned Hamas, admonishing the Palestinian Islamist group that governs the Gaza Strip for the October 7th attacks that precipitated the Israeli military's offense in the region. Quote, why did Hamas choose the truly horrific acts of October 7th, he asked? The answer seems obvious, and I believe Hamas chooses to hide behind the suffering of its people in an equally cynical fashion for their own purposes. And I totally agree. There's plenty of real, true eyewitness accounts of Hamas attacking Palestinians who, they see as a threat to their own power. They, like I've said before, Hamas is holding the Palestinian people hostage. They're not out there for the Palestinian people. Okay? And we're starting to see more and more and more. Let's see. I'm watching, but I don't have an account, Chem Goblin. Well, okay. Someone on Kick already took my username. If you see Tisrael on Kick, it's not me. Okay, Tisrael. All right. You guys are great. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry, hopefully Chem Goblin caught some of the Ukraine section. We were covering Ukraine at the beginning there. You as well, Tisrael, of course. So anyway, Tom York, it's okay, guys. All right, calm down, everybody. Step down. We're back to just, yellow alert. We're back to yellow alert. Tom York is not pro-Israel, so thank God. Thank Yahweh. If you want to read the rest of this Pitchfork article, it's right here. Ba-bow. And thank you, Woke Patriot, for putting this in. So this is pretty interesting stuff. We're starting to see, so it's often said, and I think I agree with this, that the Gaza Strip ethnic cleansing is probably one of the best documented genocides, ethnic cleansings that we've ever had in history. The Israeli military is giddy, because they have been raised in an environment of dehumanization. A lot of these soldiers are absolutely giddy at the idea of destroying Palestinians in general. But we see videos of them in schools destroying schoolrooms. We see them doing grotesque things like a wedding a baby gender announcement. They blew up a building, and then it was blue smoke or pink smoke, and that came out, so it was blue smoke. It was like, oh, it's a boy. I've seen proposals, getting down on one knee, proposing and blowing up a building. I think it was a video I saw. Correct me if I'm wrong. But anyway, because this is such a well-documented ethnic cleansing, genocide, whatever word you want to use, whatever word you're comfortable with, we can all agree that it needs to stop immediately. That and also to the pro-Palestinian people that want to shout from the river to the sea, a two-state solution is the only solution. Don't be playing right into the hands of Bibi Netanyahu and the extremists by repeating rhetoric about Israel's extermination. You're literally just doing exactly what the Zionists want you to do at that point by shouting that shit, by agreeing with that. Oh, well, technically it doesn't exist. Technically I should probably see a therapist, but I don't know where that came from. But no, you know what I mean? Like where Israel is going nowhere. Okay. And if any solution that it tries to realistically say that Israel needs to be completely wiped off the map, that's a non-starter. Two-state solution is the only solution. But anyway, back to this amazing resource here provided by The Maple, which is a Canadian outlet. This database was created by The Maple to document Canadians that have served in the Israeli military. And they go through it, right? So these are mainly soldiers that are currently participating in the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. And, most of this information is picked up from their own social media. Like, here we go. Weinberg's Facebook profile has photos of him in Israeli military uniform holding guns. And the reason why this is important is because, just like when we dealt with, it's not just the Nazis, but we do this with all different kinds of war criminals. We try to make them uncomfortable in democracy. We try to say, you can't commit atrocious crimes in one country and then just, live high off the hog. Now, of course, there's all kinds of caveats. Henry Kissinger, Dick Cheney, all kinds of war criminals that get that get all kinds of protection from the state here. But the idea is to make war criminals, people that participate in war crimes, and in some cases brag about it on their social media accounts. They try to run for office, run for government, using their military service. There's a document of what they did, the atrocities that they committed. And they go ahead and make it easy for us by posting this shit and admitting to it on social media. So this is findidfsoldiers.net right here. Findidfsoldiers.net. So I don't have time to read this article here, but just some of these are just headlines that I wanted to read to you. Israeli settlers escalate violence, forced displacement across occupied West Bank. So they're ramping it up, and they know they have the tacit approval of the government. We've literally heard the leader of the settler movement say just that. Mask off. I mean, couldn't be more blatant if she tried. Literally. No tiptoeing. It's in the Louis Theroux documentary. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, but that came out a couple weeks ago. Louis Theroux. I haven't shown one of these in a while, but I figured since I'm banned off Twitch, this is a YouTube video, by the way. I might as well, if I'm banned off Twitch, I might as well show an example of Hamas propaganda, and they always make it look like they're putting up a good fight, when in fact, this is, it's barely anything. Okay. The IDF has complete control over a good chunk of these areas, and any resistance that they run into, sure, they maybe they take out a couple people, maybe they injure a couple people on Israel's side, maybe they blow up a tank that's been abandoned already, et cetera, et cetera. But ultimately, the resistance that Hamas puts up is very quickly extinguished. And most usually along with hundreds of civilians as well, because these assholes, they'll get out there, they'll fire an RPG, the Palantir AI will track their movements back to a refugee camp. They'll camp out in a refugee camp amongst many civilians, and Israel will just kill everybody. That's why they're blowing up the tent refugee areas. It's like, why are they blowing up tents? You know, they track one Hamas guy. You know, not all of them go underground. They go back into the population. Why? Because they have families. I'm not justifying Israel's actions. And in fact, I need to point out that this is exactly how Barack Obama and George Bush directed the U.S. military to operate in the Middle East, in Iraq and Afghanistan. They used meager intelligence, cell phone. Barack Obama famously used cell phones, burner phones that were used by terrorists and then thrown away and then sold at the aftermarket and then given away as a present. You know, this is just one example I'm giving you, but this happened week after week after week during Obama's presidency. But just so you know, that burner phone that was used by terrorists, given away as a present at a wedding, they turn on the phone. Barack Obama approves a drone strike, kills every man, woman, and child there, and any male around the age of 17 is automatically considered a terrorist unless otherwise identified. Okay, and we just don't talk about the men, women, or the women and children. But any teenager above the age of 17 is just automatically considered an insurgent. Same exact kind of SOP that the United States used is what Israel is doing in the Gaza Strip and now the West Bank. But here's some Hamas propaganda. Sorry, I went off a tangent there. Once again, I need to point out this is a YouTube video, okay? And I'm keeping the volume intentionally a little low, right? Just a little bit. So this is the 28th. Wow, just a couple days ago, if this video is correct. So I guess they're trying to show off that they have a consumer drone that was able to take a picture of the battlefield. Looks like they're setting up some IEDs, possibly here. Yeah, that was a Claymore. So these are IDF soldiers walking into an ambush. Right. Normally I probably couldn't show you this kind of stuff. So there's an IDF soldier, I think, taking a shit, looks like. Yeah, kind of looks like it kind of looks like that was them taking a shit and a piss. If I could, you know, I don't know, could be wrong. So, like I said, this is the kind of resistance that they put up. You know, ambushes, okay, and they're liquidated, man. These guys, you know, these positions get completely fucking obliterated. Palantir AI and several other AI track any movements that they can from these positions. Right. Yeah. So you see how shitty it is. Like everything's implied. They didn't even have any real footage of them actually killing anybody. Yeah. I mean, this is pathetic. This is just a completely pathetic. They got nothing. They got nothing. Hamas. The best thing Hamas could do is throw every weapon they have in a big fucking pile and light it on fire. And say, we give up. We're still going to negotiate the hostages. Okay, but we're done fighting. We're done resisting. You've won that war. But no, the IDF, and when Bibi Netanyahu, you know what he does? He says, take this footage and broadcast it all across Israel and make it really, really scary. Hamas is going to get you. And Hamas is going to get you. So we're seeing really brave students stand up for Palestine all over the world. I have several different videos. This college professor or whomever over here thinks that he's going to, you know, stop the cries of freedom by ripping a Palestinian flag out of a student's hand. You know, these assholes are pathetic, and they've always existed throughout history. Never feel bad about defying them, these people. And you know what kind of people I'm talking about, these authoritarians in your everyday life. Never feel bad about resisting them. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this song is. Anyway, let's see right here. It's kind of hard right here. Oh, so there it is over to the left right here. This piece of shit right here. So he's opening it. Yeah, he tried to open up a Palestinian flag. Right. Yeah, because that'll stop it. That'll stop it. You know, way to tell history what side you're on. Right. History won't forget this. This is on the internet, and outside of a total Mad Max apocalypse, you've told the entire world where you stand on genocide and ethnic cleansing. Where I mean, you know, Kyle Kulinski is constantly bringing this up, and I totally agree. But he's like, if you ever wanted to know where you stood during the Holocaust, now you know. What you're doing now is what you would be doing during that atrocity. Are you doing nothing? Do you care at all? Are you even bothering to read up on it? You know what I mean? Are you ripping the Polish flag? You know, long live Poland after the invasion, you know, long live France. Get that French flag out of here. I'm going to do an Elon salute. Welcome to the wrong side of history, asshole. Moving on to the next one here. Once again, trigger warning. This is the reality of the situation. This is a video of a young Palestinian child, lugging a rusty, cart of some sort to, I don't know. It seems heavy enough. I think these are full of water. I don't know if she's going to get water or if she's already gotten water. But as you can see, a single child here who should be playing with dolls and having fun with her friends and, and Israel says this is justified, this is necessary, and it's just, they will gaslight you until they're blue in the face. You know what I mean? They'll tell you up and down that this is somehow morally justified. I'm here to say definitively, there's no justification for this. And yeah, I'm looking at Hamas and Bibi, but there's a big X factor here. There's a power dynamic here. And this is this is mainly Israel, okay, with Hamas helping along. And speaking of Hamas, where the hell are they? Right? Shouldn't Hamas be trying to find situations like this to help? No, they're running around rubble with AKs, rusty AKs and shitty little shoulder-mounted rockets doing bibbly fart nothing, right? Meanwhile, their people are suffering. Children are pulling around water carts. Oh, yeah, no, we're fighting the resistance. Getting your ass kicked is what you're doing. You're doing nothing but helping the IDF. Meanwhile, why don't you throw your gun down, help this poor girl out, pull some water? No, we don't have time for that. Got to fire another rocket into Tel Aviv that gets blown up immediately by the fucking Iron Dome. That'll show them. That was a good use of my time. Israeli officials vow to starve Palestinians as hunger crisis deepens. It's good to point that out because this is intentional. This is weaponized starvation. It's disgusting shit that I haven't seen since the Nazis, man. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's like Armenian genocide, fucking the great starvation of Mao Zedong. Dong, Mao Zedong, however the fuck you say it. So that was Smotrich saying this is intentional. We are doing this intentional. Right? They're making a full defense in front of the world, in front of the camera, to their media, to their people. We're using starvation as a weapon. This is justified. They're animals, men, women, and children. Starve them to death. And they won't talk about it right now. But what's the end goal? Why would you do this? Well, it's to push them into another country. But we can't. That's anti-Semitic if we talk about that right now. We're not ready to talk about that because that's not part of we're not at that phase yet. But that's what's happening here. This is the second to the last, the penultimate stage here before we get to the final stage, which is, of course, you know, moving these people into another country by hook or by crook. Not even half a spoon of water. Big tough guys. Right. Only fire and brimstone. I mean, the public statements that these are men in government.
מכניסים סיוע הומניטרי כי אין ברירה. אי אפשר במציאות העולמית של היום לנהל מלחמה. אף אחד בעולם לא ייתן לנו להמית ברעב ובצמא 2 מיליון אזרחים. למרות שזה אולי צודק ומוסרי.
That was him complaining about how he gets heat from the international crowd. You know, he gets some nasty emails when they intentionally starve Gazans, even though it's morally just to do so. But can you believe these liberals, these libby woke liberals over here?
מועד הוויכוח המטופש בקבינט, מי צריך להכניס הומניטרי, האם חיילי צה"ל, האם חברה חיצונית. זה ויכוח טיפשי. לעזה לא צריך להיכנס סיוע הומניטרי. כל עוד יש לנו חטופים שלא מקבלים אוכל, לא מכניסים לעזה סיוע הומניטרי.
That's Ben-Gvir, leader of the party that Bibi Netanyahu has a coalition with, for him to stay in power. So that woman was not protesting for, to end the blockade. This woman was protesting to increase the blockade. She's risking life and limb heroically to ensure the starvation of tens of thousands of children. Real hero, guys. Really. And you know what's funny? I'm less likely to get banned if I were to just go along with this than to not. Isn't that wild? It's more controversial for me to disagree with this woman than to agree with her. Even in the current state of the situation, being pro-Israel is like, you know, you get the full backing of the algorithm and everything. You get the full backing of AIPAC, and you know the advertisers are happy to work with you. If you're pro-Palestinian, oh my God. Even now.
לא ייתכן שהסיוע הזה ימשיך ויחזור להיכנס לרצועת עזה ולכל הידיים של החמאס. לא תיכנס לרצועת עזה, כל עוד החטופים לא חוזרים. זה קלף מיקוח מאוד מאוד רציני.
I want to starve children. It's the only way. Speaking of starving children, here's what one looks like. They want to do this to tens of thousands of children. No one will starve and get lie. Just total blatant lie. Lie. There's enough food there. Total lie. And he knows it. It's for the Western market. It's so Morning Joe can play that clip and say and have a debate about what's really happening instead of talking about what's really happening. Now we're having a debate about what is and isn't real. All of it in the benefit of this ethnic cleansing campaign. It's really something. It's really something. Yeah, could be used to drive depopulation of the north.
الصغار ما بدنا نقول لك يابا بدك بدك تسوي بدي ابيع اي حاجه من دم عشان اطعميهم احنا مش لاقيين حاجه ناكلها احنا ما لقيت الشباب قاعد تجري قلت بالضروب ايش بيقول بخوف قلت خوف ما زال الشعب بيجيب قاعد كربونات من النار احنا بدنا نطعم الصغار احنا جوعنا متنا وقفوا الحرب للاخر
No one will starve, right? They're lying. They know it. They know it. Look at this. Look at these scenes. This is, you know, the reason why it's like this, of course, is because Israel, with the support of the United States, has completely cut off all of the other experienced aid agencies, USAID, UNRWA, et cetera, so many others. World Food Program's another one. Intentionally cutting them out of doing what they're very good at, which is feeding people, and replacing it with a Nazi-style, concentration camp-style biometric scans for everybody, police state, fenced off corridors, the whole thing. On top of that, with the IDF everywhere with guns like ready to open up fire at any moment, and and it's already happened like once or twice. I have footage of at least one incidence of people, of the IDF just opening fire on people while they're in this dystopian gaggle. So what we're seeing here is intentionally manufactured this way. And yeah, we got more footage here. Here's one from Middle East Live. Grain of salt, grain of salt. These are news agencies that are too friendly to Hamas, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean that these people are just reporting, just making up things out of whole cloth. But that does mean the angle is sometimes skewed. And I'll point it out if I see it. Gaza aid centers are quote-unquote militarized camps, says Palestinian journalist. By the way, Israel will see videos like this, program their AI to track these people's movements, and then, yes, kill them. So this man is taking a big risk by showing his face. Israel happily kills journalists that are in Palestine. And like I said, his face identity and movements are being now tracked by several different AIs that Israel is using 24/7 with the assistance of the United States. And his life is in danger, quite frankly. Don't be surprised if you see this man dead in the next 6 months.
Every single person I spoke to in Gaza said one has to be completely insane, out of their minds, to step a foot in those heavily militarized concentration camps that Israel is setting up in Rafah, where you have to pass through numerous checkpoints with Israeli genocidal soldiers teaming around it, waiting to ambush whoever they want. And you have to pass through facial recognition technology, fingerprinting, different layers of screening and vetting with undisclosed criteria. And at the end of it, you have to literally walk from Beit Hanun, 41 kilometers to Rafah, to pick up a package that would weigh 20 to 40 kilos, and then 41 kilometers back under constant bombardment, thinking that you will make it back alive.
And I have footage to show you. I think I do at least of you could be hit at any moment, right? Any moment you could get slammed by a missile, completely annihilated. They'll do it. They just do it at random.
Nobody in Gaza thinks that if you step a foot in those compounds, you will make it back home alive on your feet. Either you will be killed on the way, you will be kidnapped by the Israeli soldiers, you will be blackmailed into collaborating with Israel, or the food that you would get would be looted on the way. But then there is the other element of it that people are afraid about, the forcible expulsion, that all those hubs are established. 3 of them are established in Rafah. One of them is to be established to the south of the Netzarim corridor, where Israel would tell people the only way you can get food, leave your home, leave northern Gaza, and move to the borders with Egypt, for the final phase of the genocide to be implemented, where Israel would push them a few hundred meters further into Egypt, into the Sinai Desert. Then there's the other element of basically using this as an ultimate tool of dictating who lives and who dies, because it's only 60% of Gaza that would receive this aid, according to the organization itself, according to Israel itself.
Yeah,
only
so imagine they make you go through all that, you make the whole trip there, and there's no aid. I have footage of that.
Which means Israel would pick and choose who gets aid and who dies. It is like dystopian by every metric you choose. You're wielding it as a weapon to further the genocide, to debilitate the entire population, collectively punish them, while pretending to allow any food in, but you're practically not.
You got to love this woman right here. Completely had enough of people holding pans above their head. She's like, if you're there, you're gonna get some food, okay? So stop with the banging of the pans over my fucking head.
The genocide, to
give me a little room. You're crushing me.
Punish them. Well,
you gotta love it, dude. You gotta love it. She's like, get the fuck back. Put your pan down. No, I mean, it's really disgusting stuff, because the reason why they're doing this, of course, is because they're starving and they're desperate. And it just shows the desperation of the situation and what you have to do to survive. right? I mean, you just got to, this is no longer, we're not being polite anymore, okay? You're crushing me. Okay? I have to lay down the law here. Serious business. Horrific. So I think this was day one of the first attempt at the Trump. I think this was day one. This was 3 days ago, so maybe not day one, day two. This is early days, but this is what it looks like at one of these aid distribution centers. And once again, it needs to be pointed out, this is intentional, this is orchestrated.
The man filming this scene is quoting from the Quran, invoking the apocalypse. Perhaps those below think they're staving it off after nearly 3 months of Israeli blockade.
I don't know. To the guy that's filming, I don't know if you're helping. Okay, I get it. You're overwhelmed with emotion. Things are clearly out of control. But losing your mind and screaming about the apocalypse, I don't know if you're calming. Trying to be a calming element here. You might be hurting the situation, is what I'm trying to say.
At last, a warehouse full of flour. In central Gaza, it belongs to the World Food Programme. The UN workers, he says, simply melted away as the crowd surged in.
They ran like cowardly bitches because they had no idea what they were getting into, right? Because of course it's, run by the United States and Israel, so tried to do it on the cheap, underfunded, understaffed, the whole thing, no experience, by the way. Meanwhile, all these incredibly experienced aid agencies that know how to handle these situations have been barred from entering.
Multiple reports of injuries and deaths in the melee.
They likely knew this was going to be the
outcome. Follows yesterday's chaos in the far south at a distribution center belonging to the controversial US-Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. GHF today called this a brief and intentional relaxation of its security protocols, adding that no Palestinians were fired upon and there were no casualties. But our team witnessed a number of injured people making their way north. The UN says 47 were injured and has today again condemned the GHF operation. Israel has in turn repeated its criticism of the UN, saying it was joining Hamas, mafia-like.
So look, that's just insane. They made that entire trip, right? Probably several people banding together from, at least one or two families, right? And that's what they got. That's what they got, right? You're going dozens of kilometers, who knows how far, because they put the aid all the way down south, and that's what you get out of it. You're starving.
And repeated its criticism of the UN, saying it was joining Hamas, mafia-like, in trying to block the GHF. Today, it said it had now given out nearly 15,000 food boxes over 2 days. For all the chaos of this week, to get a sense of Gaza's reality, perhaps better to follow these footsteps. Past rotting debris, beneath circling Israeli drones. They belong to Yara. 10 years old, she's turned provider for her mother and her 7 siblings. This is her destination, an improvised soup kitchen in northern Jabalia. Step back, I want to fill your pots, but you have to move back, he says. Yara is at the back. The stakes are high, but she waits her turn.
Not just her.
Yara says these long walks scare her. She's worried about shelling, about being hit by shrapnel out here alone. But she's more worried about her siblings going hungry. Their father is in the West Bank. He went there for medical treatment before the war. He's stuck. His wife and children have no source of income.
Right. I need to point out that these quote-unquote animals that Israel and pro-Zionists like to dehumanize, right? They, even in this desperate situation, they have clean linen. They did the dishes. How many of the losers on, me including, right, have a sink filled with dirty dishes? So even in this incredibly extreme situation, cleanliness familial eating, right? Doing the best they can to be human, right? Providing whatever they can, It's just disgusting what's happening with the dehumanization, because way before October 7th, the discussion about the quote unquote Palestinian exception, right? About how, people who would, be pro-human rights except when it comes to Palestinians. And always their reason is that they're inherently violent. And it's, 5 seconds of actual footage will show you that there's, I said this before. The reason why I know Western governments aren't serious about the Palestinian situation, about the two-state solution, is because they've invested no money in Palestinians, in helping the Palestinians have a happy and healthy middle class, because that's what actually defeats organizations like Hamas, right? Is if you gave money to Palestinian mothers, things like that, where you actually help the Palestinians instead of point guns at them.
بكيف لما أنا أجيب لهم خليهم يأكلوا بدل ما يضلهم جعانين هيك.
The next time we meet her, the family's been forced further south to the streets of Gaza City, clinging on to childhood, to memories she now calls beautiful, eating breakfast, packing a school bag, helping tidy a house long since destroyed.
اختلف كل شيء مع الحرب إلا مع عدا علاقتي مع أمي وأخواتي. بخاطر بحالي بروح أجيب تكية عشان ما ياكلوا ما يضلهمش هيك.
طيبتها زادت مع الحرب، والله يعني صارت طيبة كثير وبتحزن على اخوتها، بتحزن عليهم، فيش أكل وشرب، هي بتروح تجيب لهم، يعني بتساعدنا من جميع النواحي. شاطرة يارا.
Yara finished her last school year 2 years ago with top grades. She wants to be a teacher, but this is her job for now. And on this occasion, walking new streets, she's too late. She returns with the pot still empty. She's crushed, says her mother. One more child in Gaza, carrying far more than she can bear.
Well, our international editor, Lindsay Hilsum, is in Israel as the country marks 600 days since October the 7th, and she joins us now from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv.
Krishnan, of course, there are other victims of this war. 58 hostages, Israeli hostages taken.
Fuck off. We just saw video of an adolescent who was rejected food. And now we're going to go, okay, look, I'm sorry. I don't, because, yeah, it is tragic what's happening with the Israeli hostages. But, no. We're going to both sides this. I mean, fuck off. Look what the fuck is going on over here. I get it, though. Yeah. The hostage situation is tragic. I'm not trying to diminish that, but I don't know about both sidesing this in the way that she did. I don't know. And now cutting over to Tel Aviv for some Israeli propaganda. Let's continue to both sides this. I'm sorry. I know that reaction was disrespectful. I'm sorry. I'm just having a hard time stomaching the both sidesing, seeing footage like this. More hungry kids. And now over to Tel Aviv. Here's another hero blocking food to increase the starvation. Big right side of history energy here. There you go, folks. You know, sometimes heroes do wear capes, you know? Think about that. There we go. Yeah, keep it going. Yeah. Please move. Please move. Get to it. Please. There we go. Heroes. Refreshments for the heroes. Yeah. Refreshments. This is morally justified. Emaciated children. That's all right. They're not mine. What do you mean, analogs to other events in history? What are you talking about? On top of blocking aid directly, this is a trend that's been going across Israeli social media. They get up as close as possible to the border and have big O hoedowns. Yo, big O hoedowns. You know, in an attempt, literally in an attempt to, you know, drive the smell of food into the Gaza Strip. I mean, it's, what you know, you got to give them credit on the creativity, you know, how they take being horrible to a completely new dimension. So here having a big old hoedown on the border, y'all. Get a whiff of that, you animals who we are intentionally starving. Got him. That'll show him. Nice logo. Nice logo. Looks a little Hitlerian. Nice logo. Bringing that back, huh? Hey, if you want to see what children look like after seconds after surviving an Israeli airstrike, here you go. Trigger warning. This is devastating. Make sure you fire up the Barbie. So these children are in shock, in pain, and likely have just lost family members, brothers, sisters, mothers, grandmothers. Each one a story more tragic than the last. Paid for by U.S. tax dollars, UK tax dollars, German tax dollars, coming right out of your pocket. Good luck seeing that on Morning Joe. Here is an Israeli broadcaster saying that he doesn't sleep well unless I see houses collapsing in Gaza. This is, you know, this is a show called The Patriots on Channel 14. This was in 2023. Just to give you an idea of how long this type of language has been broadcast across Israeli airwaves. This has been going on for quite some time now. The open embrace of atrocity, and the, you know, having little pretend debates about, are the Palestinians human? We have one side that says no, and the other side that says yeah, probably not. Nah, maybe. Maybe we could rescue the kids. Maybe we don't have to kill kids, but that's it. Kill everyone else. Literally. I'm not even exaggerating. More houses, more towers. They shouldn't have anywhere to return to.
אנחנו צריכים שיקרה האסון הזה כדי להבין שהפלסטינים זאת קבוצה מיותרת, כדי להבין שיכול להיות שמה שהם צריכים זה נכבה 2.
advocating for another Nakba. That's quite common. Open fire. You see civilians, open fire, shoot at civilians. Of course, they're not civilians.
אני חושב שבפעם הראשונה כשאנחנו רואים את התמונות של ההפצצות של הבניינים ושל הגופות מעזה, בפעם הראשונה אני לפחות אומר, who cares, זה לא מספיק.
Wow, dude. Wow, man. I mean, you see the reaction, my reaction when I see the devastation is who cares? Who cares? It's not enough. It's not interesting. I'm sorry. Does the shattered bodies not entertain you, sir? I'm so sorry.
זה לא מעניין, זה צריך להיות הרבה יותר חזק.
שבעזרת השם עזה תהיה הריביירה של המזרח התיכון.
עולם, ראית את הכתבה בעיתון הארץ שאנחנו מציתים בתים בעזה? כן. זה נכון אגב, נהדר, מצוין.
Excellent. He says it as if were a bad thing. Big smiles and applause. 2024.
הוא אמר את זה כאילו זה משהו רע.
זה מאוד פשוט. לקחת מטוסי ריסוס, למלא אותם בדלק.
Gas them. Take crop dusters and gas them. Spray them all over Gaza.
תרסס מעל כל עזה.
And tell them if you don't release the hostages within an hour. Okay, so that's a good one. Wow, that's really something. Spray the whole place with gas. Like that's how it works, right? Like something wouldn't ignite before then, right? So everyone's just sitting there covered in gas. Then this guy gets on the telescreen, held up by drones. You better release those hostages or I'm gonna light the lighter. I'm gonna do it. Genius. And this guy gets to be on TV with such a brilliant idea.
אני לא מרחם על העזתים האלה. אני לא חושב שיש מישהו במדינת ישראל, בארץ ישראל, שצריך לרחם על העזתים האלה. לא על מבוגרים, לא על קשישים, לא על צעירים ולא על ילדים. מבחינתי שירעבו למוות, מה אכפת לי?
As far as I'm concerned, they should starve to death, right? Is this how to not be anti-Semitic, to applaud this language? Is this how to be pro-Israel, guys? Am I doing it right? That's wow. Wow. I don't often hear things that make me want to immediately vomit, but this guy's an artiste.
למה צריכים שיהיה לנו אכפת?
יש הליך משפטי שמתנהל בהאג, ושירים של חיילים שישרף לכם הכפר, זה לא בדיוק עוזר לנו במאמץ הבינלאומי.
זה שאנחנו יהודים לא עוזר לנו במאמץ הבינלאומי. עוקב אחרי החדשות, אנחנו שורפים להם את הכפר. זה טוב שאנחנו שורפים את הכפר.
Am I doing it right? Burn the villages.
בכל מקום. לא רק אני אומר את זה, דרך אגב, גם כל החיילים חושבים כמוני.
Trying to get back on Twitch, guys. Help me out here.
אנחנו לא שורפים את הכפר, אנחנו מוחקים להם את הכפר, וצריכים לשרוף להם את הכפר. יש שם לא רק לוחמים, יש שם עיתונאים עם מצלמות שמכוונות לצד שלנו, בעיניי אגב במטרה לגיטימית וצריך להוריד אותם. אף אחד לא מתקרב עם מצלמה לגבול שלנו. זה היה צריך להיות החוק, זה אזור מלחמה, אתה בוחר להיכנס לשם, דמך בראשך.
צריך
לדכא את הרצונות האלה של הפלסטינים, כן, לדכא את הרצון שלהם למדינה, לדכא את הרצון שלהם ללאומיות, לדכא את הרצון שלהם לשחרור, לדכא את זה.
For liberation, totally, bro. Nice. Completely dehumanize them and strip them of liberty, right? Can I come back on Twitch, please? Is that how I do it? So Israel, when they're feeling merciful, they will do something called a knock before they completely demolish a building. So they basically do a small explosive that lands on the roof. It's loud enough so everyone can hear it and they know exactly what it is. And then they can expect 5-10 minutes later, one of those 2,000-pound bombs that we pay for to annihilate the entire building. So this is what those few final seconds of desperate evacuation look like before complete annihilation. Israel does this to the Palestinian people probably on a daily basis. I think there's probably not a single day that goes by that at least one of these buildings doesn't go through this. But this is what it looks like here. And yes, it starts with a young child alone kind of casually sauntering down, right? Because he's a child. He doesn't really understand the danger that he's in. But yeah, this is what 30 seconds of Palestinian, what life in Palestine looks like. He's a little kid. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Well, maybe he's just overreacting. Maybe it's not a big deal, Israel's a moral army. Whoops. And as you can see, all the shit flying, there's a reason why, because like the kid, could have been hit by shrapnel, by any number of things flying. He's absolutely in danger there. You want to get inside of a building there, because as you can see, the shit just flying around. Even where the cameraman was, But yeah, there it goes. Building 1 second. Atoms the next. And we're supposed to believe, tunnels, there's a tunnel under there, there was a weapons cache, and okay. They don't need to provide us with any proof of any of this anymore. Not like they ever really had to, but they don't even need to pretend. They just go, human shields, tunnels, Hamas was in there, we have intelligence, it's all under review. We'll let you know in 2035 that this was a legitimate target. Don't worry, we're on the case. We got Columbo and the best men on the case. Here's another video. These two videos are kind of go together, but here's another, right before the building is annihilated. Journalists, civil defense and journalists rushes to evacuate children and elderly moments before an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Remember, this is Israel, and Israel, IDF, defenders of the IDF in Israel will point to videos like this and say, aren't we merciful? We warned them. We warned them. We did a knock and let everyone get out of the building before we annihilated it. Aren't we merciful? Let's go. Let's go. Gotta go.
نحن الآن نحاول أن نهرب من المكان. قدم بسرعة بس قدم اجري. طواقم الدفاع المدني الآن وخاطروا بأنفسهم من أجل إخراج. وين هاي العمارة هذه عليها لقطة طب خليك نزلوهم تحت نزلوهم هيك.
There's people still in the building, so we don't get to see the conclusion of this video. Sorry, but if you're watching that closely, your heart should be racing, right? Did they get them out of there? Sometimes they don't. Sometimes the aid workers will be in the building when Israel does it. They don't. There's no set time after the knock. Could be 5 minutes, could be 10, could be 20. The first moments of the occupation, aircraft bombing 3 adjacent homes belonging to the Kala Awada Abu Jalhoum families in the middle of Jabalia camp north of the Gaza Strip, which led to the martyrdom and injury of citizens and the presence of people trapped under the rubble. So this is what it looks like when Israel is not being merciful and just attacks a target without warning.
في قلب مخيم جباليا تحديدا الآن في وسط مخيم جباليا.
And that they get with a straight face, they get in front of a camera and they say these actions are justified and moral. And then they have the audacity to also say, by questioning them, you are not moral. That you're just as bad as the terrorists. They really do that.
نتحدث عن مربع سكني كامل في هذه المنطقة، أعدادا كبيرة من السكان تحت ركام هذه المنازل. كما تشاهدون مجزرة جديدة يرتكبها الجيش الإسرائيلي في قلب مخيم جباليا. كما تشاهدون الآن عدد كبير من الشهداء جدا في هذا المربع السكني الذي سوي بالأرض فوق رؤوس ساكنيه في قلب مخيم جباليا. كما تشاهدون تماما محاولات لانتشال جثامين الشهداء هنا في هذه المجزرة الإسرائيلية بحق عدد كبير من منازل المواطنين.
Pretty overwhelming, isn't it? Makes you just want to look away, want to run away. It's like, stop the video, stop it. Make it stop, right?
المهولة والمكتظة بالسكان في قلب مخيم جباليا.
Those 53 seconds. Unfucking bearable. Over in the West Bank, groups of settlers setting fire to the plain area of the village of Al Mugair near Ramallah. Casual devastation. Backed up, defended by the IDF. Sorry about the video. You have to turn your head there. You get the point, though. The settlers come in, they do all the damage. IDF comes in, pretends to, enforce some kind of law. And then the Israeli government legitimizes and allows the settlers to secure their gains. Doesn't look like anyone's going to stop this. They're just going to continue the genocide. Pretty much. Interesting behavior we're seeing at these camps. Some Palestinians chanting "Down with Hamas." I've shown other examples of Palestinians showing direct hatred towards Hamas. Not that it really matters. Like I said, it's like Hamas is barely, these people don't interact with Hamas, really. They're not a legitimate government. It's not like they can go to Hamas to, get a driver's license or anything. They're not a legitimate government.
Like most children around the world, they're not really interested in the canned vegetables.
Yeah. Kids, man. So this feels like a piece of pro-Israeli propaganda, quite frankly.
The crowd has showed no hostile intent. UG personnel, we're moving forward steadily. We're not pushing. We're just creeping up to move the line back or the crowd back so we can organize.
Yeah, this is definitely propaganda.
Disperse again later. Very positive sentiments.
Yeah, bulletproof, exactly.
A lot of down with Hamas.
Yeah, no, this is propaganda. That's these people were performing to see if they could get cigarettes. This kid was asking for cigarettes. Look at that real quick. You'll see that. Oh, this video player sucks. Just take my word. No, he's doing it. You can see it right there. Yeah, he's asking. Yeah, one. Give me. Yeah, universal sign for cigarette. This kid's hilarious.
They're very happy. This kid is coming by and getting everybody high five.
Right.
Very happy.
Propaganda. Yeah. The kid that we're starving is super stoked that he gets to eat tonight. Yeah, high fives. We're doing it, guys.
This is the moment.
So this is just more evidence of Israel now increasing the hostilities in the West Bank. They're now targeting currency, money. Looks like they're kind of going after, once again, trying to destroy the foundation of the entire government. Try to create total chaos, remove the Palestinian Authority. From any, remove any kind of control they have whatsoever. And it looks like they're going after specifically money exchanges in this operation.
This is the moment when 32-year-old Mahmoud al-Kharraz was injured in Nablus in the north of the occupied West Bank. Mahmoud succumbed to his wounds soon after.
Sorry, the volume.
Mahmoud's death.
And look at that. I mean, is this guy like super stoked that he shot somebody? Is that what we're seeing here?
After.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he's like, yeah, confirmed. Man, that's gross. I mean, it's one thing to see it, from this angle, from the victim's angle, but man, to see these IDF guys in their habitat, just cheering on. He was an unarmed guy. That guy didn't have a gun. The guy didn't have it. He's just running. He's just running into a subway or wherever this is. I don't even know. It's not a subway. What am I talking about? It's Palestine. But you know what I mean? Running into this. And he's like, yeah, got him. Woo, got him. Yeah, we did it. Jesus, man. I mean, it really does take it to the next level.
The occupied West Bank. Mahmoud succumbed to his wounds soon after. Mahmoud's death happened during a large-scale raid across the occupied West Bank,
Got him.
targeting at least 8 city centers.
Oh, shot another unarmed civilian. Got him.
Israeli soldiers used live ammunition, tear gas, and rubber-coated steel bullets, causing dozens of injuries. Their focus, money exchange shops. Soldiers arrested workers in these shops in the center, south, and north of the occupied West Bank. They put up posters warning Palestinians that these shops are against the law before confiscating cash and equipment. The Israeli military accuses them of funneling money for what they call terror activities. Business owners say Israeli authorities never provided evidence for these allegations.
This is yet another way the Israeli government targets the Palestinian economy in the West Bank.
Yeah.
The goal is driving business people out of their jobs.
That's right.
We're not dealing with a government that respects international law.
This is about breaking the West Bank.
Palestinian towns that were spared from the Israeli raids were targeted by settler violence. Attacking farmers in Al Mghayr village near Ramallah, burning wheat fields, assaulting Palestinians, including journalists. Photojournalist Isam Rimawi was documenting the attack when he was beaten up. His colleague witnessed the violence.
When the Israeli army showed up, the settlers felt more emboldened and intensified their attack. Assam was alone as settlers started beating him with rods, particularly on his head. They beat him heavily. It was clear that he's a journalist doing his job, but we know that journalists are attacked as well.
And as pointed out earlier, this is something that's been happening for
violence is part of a
decades.
system meant to
look at
push
that
Palestinians
lump.
out.
Look at that lump on his head, dude. They fucked that guy up.
Their lands. Journalists documenting the attacks have also become a target.
That's messed up.
Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. So here we go. I should have had the two videos put together. Sorry, I was being lazy. But here's more evidence of students standing up for Palestine. And in some cases, like in the one that this video opens up with, being threatened with, you're not going to get your degree if you make this display. Then they do it anyway. Fuck you, I'll sue for it. Can't do that. Can't do that. We'll have to confiscate it. Kicked it out if it's raised. Raises it proudly. Don't risk your degree. Don't risk your degree. Oh. Yeah. This is ridiculous. Well, this is great. Love to see it. Students standing up. Cutie standing up even for Free Palestine. Got the cutie patooties on our side, guys. Hell yeah. Cutie patooties, Free Palestine. That's a coalition I can get down with. This amazing, positive, bright, inspiring 11-year-old girl was murdered by Israel. Right, a voice for freedom, a voice for positivity. Brutally killed, Israeli airstrike. Known as an activist. And it's very, very possible that because she was being effective, Palantir said she's a vector for attack. Right? They program these AIs to track these people down. If they have a social media presence, kill them, destroy them. So there's a high likelihood that the airstrike was, targeting her amongst other people. That's what we're dealing with here. It's hard to even conceptualize a military programming an AI to scour social media and find popular accounts and then add them to a target list and then assassinate them. It is hard to wrap your mind around the moral vacuum that would have to exist for that to be possible. But that is what we're dealing with. Palantir, and what's the other one? They had a really ghoulish name for it, about something about, fatherless homes or something like that. That's exactly what they're programmed to do. Try to find people with who are pushing the zeitgeist against Israel's propaganda, who are being effective, and then eliminating them. I have no proof of it, of course. I only know that they're using these tools that have the capabilities to do what I just explained, but it is possible that she was just caught up in a random airstrike, Israel just randomly killing civilians, or, claiming to target Hamas. Here's more video of starving people, total chaos at these food distribution centers. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is Israel opening fire on these people. My bad. Right. That looked like a flash grenade, so maybe that I don't have video evidence of them opening fire. There has been claims of that. Right. Getting too close to the fence, throw some stun grenades. Right. Okay. So I want to be factual here. That's, those were stun grenades. Ben-Gvir over here. I mean, every picture of Ben-Gvir looks like this. He looks like a villain from Super Mario RPG, quite frankly. The Hague doesn't scare me. Ben-Gvir vows to expand Israeli settlements despite possible ICC arrest warrant. When the Hague is against me, I know I'm on the right path. Anybody who's been following this for any amount of time could tell you that this is, not a surprising statement from this man. This was an interesting headline. Israel's provocative settlement response may force Canada to back up its words, which is kind of interesting that, because it's now the ethnic cleansing is now official state policy. Is Canada actually going to stand up against dictators and tyrants and other entities that are anti-democratic? Or are they just going to go along with it and be complicit even now when the mask is completely off? It's official state policy, the ethnic cleansing. There's no tiptoeing around it. There's no, we're thinking about a two-state solution, laugh along with me. So is Canada going to actually uphold its commitments that it's made, to human rights? Or is it actually going to do that? The Israeli government's response in last week's unprecedented joint statement by Canada, France, and the UK could hardly be clearer, says former Canadian ambassador to Israel, John Allen, now a senior fellow. Quote unquote, it's basically telling the world that we don't really care about what you think at this point in time, he told the CBS News. They really are thumbing their noses at the international community. Yeah, Israel, yeah, you bet they are. Blah, blah, blah. First of all, in big terms of the numbers. Secondly, it's legalizing what's deemed illegal settlements even by Israel, by the Supreme Court, he said. More importantly, you're getting statements out of the ministers, which are basically saying the purpose of this is to prevent a two-state solution, while at the same time, you've got activity in Gaza, which looks like Israel may be trying to occupy the large parts of the Gaza Strip. Oh, yeah, you think? Yeah? Welcome to the party, pal. The dramatic action, he said, is driven by a sense within the Israeli right that this is a now or never moment. That's all true. Convince someone to transform, you don't. All you can do is show them your actions, but you don't. Like if you want to have a debate, maybe you're having fun with it. But you have the best examples that you have the sources ready, right? But it doesn't matter. All you can do is just show them with your actions. That's it. I mean, make your case, make your argument, bring up some facts if you want to, bring up some sources, reference everything you can, be as intelligent as you can about it. But don't beat yourself up if it doesn't do a damn thing, if it doesn't move the needle at all. Grand majority of partisans are just looking for facts to back up their pre-existing notions about the world. Grand majority of people who are locked in partisans are not looking for evidence against their, philosophies. So do the best you can, but then move on with your life, is my advice. These ministers realize that their polling numbers are very bad and that this is their last chance to try and significantly change things on the ground in Israel. So one of the reasons we're seeing this ramp up of hostilities is that a lot of these guys are worried about their political life, their political career. And so they're really trying a last-ditch effort to kill the two-state solution. Right, because the crazier the war, apparently they get a pass on elections, I guess, or their elections become easier because more people are just like, they become patriotic and they say, defend these guys. We can't make major changes during a big war. We can worry about this other stuff later. Jesus Christ, this is Smoltridge. Wow. Yeah, so to the headline of the article here, loss of credibility if Canada fails to act. We oppose any attempt to expand settlements in the West Bank, wrote Prime Minister Mark Carney. Oh, yeah, do you? Right. Oh, he made that statement, then he signed over a check over to Bibi. Britain's Keir Starmer and France's Emmanuel Macron in their joint statement last week. So they all make that statement, then they all send checks. The checks haven't stopped. The weapon support hasn't stopped. These are just words. Israel must halt settlements which are illegal, blah, blah, blah. Come on. Yeah. That's what it must do, huh? It does put pressure on the Canadian government, but also on the French, British, and German and other European governments in the sense that there's a clear position that was taken last week of threatening actions against Israel. So if Canada and European players now do not do anything about 22 new settlements in the West Bank, there's a loss of credibility that will follow. By the way, do you live in Canada? Do you live in the United States? Have you been watching the news? Been hearing about those settlements? Have you? Laugh along with me, right? Been hearing about these new settlements much? You hear it, a couple seconds on BBC, maybe a couple seconds on CBC. A couple things here and there, maybe. Okay, moving on. This is so disgusting. It's like, is this even real? Like, is this a sketch? Are these two guys like, this is, this doesn't seem real. So anyway, this is like some pro-Palestinian guy having a conversation with an IDF guy, seemingly in a tank, seemingly a military IDF guy in a military vehicle, and they're having a debate. And this is the kind of shit this guy is saying. Like, literally, this is is this a Mad TV sketch? You know what I mean? You'll see what I mean.
Oh, how much does it take to take off this vest and clean on the Palestinian baby's blood? I don't want to do it.
There's a special
I don't
place in
want
hell
to do this. You understand?
No life scum like you.
Do you believe me?
So he's like, you know how long it takes for me to clean the Palestinian baby's blood off my uniform? I mean, come on, bro. Come on, bro. If I was saying this shit, if I was wearing an Israeli flag like a cape and saying this shit word for word, my ass would be banned off the internet, dude. My goddamn ISP would cancel my internet account, bro. Be like, holy shit, you're worse than Kanye.
Do you believe me that I killed like this, like took a baby head and cut his head? Do you believe me that I did it?
Okay. Cool, bro.
I ask you.
Cool, bro.
But there is, I took a baby head and cut his head and cut his head, cut his head, cut his head.
I don't really believe him. He really, I'm getting a lot of poser vibes. That's not how you would cut a baby's head off.
His head and
I don't really believe what he's saying, but the fact that this is the rhetoric, this is what he's trying to scare this pro-Palestinian, and this is the kind of shit that he's saying. Last, I wanted to end the final video of the Gaza coverage with, the words of Kneecap. Kneecap over here is an Irish band. Pretty dreadful name. It's literally referencing, I believe it's a reference to, getting kneecapped, getting fucking bashed in the knees, which is, I think, something the IRA used to do. But anyway, I'm pro Irish liberation from Britain. I'm pro, getting the fucking Queen out of Ireland, all of Ireland, uniting Ireland. I'm okay with these ideas, especially if people are voting for them. So definitely, people from Ireland have my support in that. Those that disagree with the monarchy, they have my support. So it's really great to see, a lot of the loud pro-Palestinian activism we're seeing is from Ireland, and Kneecap over here. They're taking heat. Gigs are being canceled. The usual kind of anti-Semite. Cool it with the. And they're pushing back loudly on it, and it's been really great to see.
Are being made an example of. The Israeli lobbyists are trying to prove to other artists that if you speak out, we're going to hit you where it hurts most. They're trying to cancel gigs. They're trying to cancel my freedom of travel.
Not your freedom of travel.
The majority of people agree shows that we're on the right side of history. Religious fanatics is what they are. And then I say they were cunts as well. Did I get more trouble there?
I get more trouble now? Yeah, exactly.
We're from West Belfast, Ontario, a place still under British occupation. And we all know that there's a worse occupation happening right now in Palestine.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's really great. That's really nice of him to say. It's like I'm acknowledging my victimhood, but I got a big enough nutsack to say that the Palestinians are suffering way more than we are suffering right now under quote unquote occupation. Some wouldn't say it is an occupation anymore, but some would say, well, technically it is, isn't it?
The Irish, though we had 800 years of colonialism, we were never bombed from the skies with nowhere to go. The Palestinians are now being starved on top of it.
Great point. Yeah.
And whatever platform we have,
these guys are fucking awesome, dude.
It's important. I know we're enjoying ourselves and we're trying to listen to some tunes at a festival. Believe me, lads, I wish I didn't have to fucking do this, but the world not listening. The world needs to see solidarity.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we don't want to be, I don't want to be spending it fucking 2-3 hours of my stream showing you pictures of starving kids. But no, the Morning Joe opens up with, it's all Trump stuff, and meanwhile you go to social media and it's the wails of dead and starving children. There's a reality that's being ignored. And quite frankly, whether you want to or not, if you know it's happening, you have to stand up. If you're seeing something, you have to say something at this point. There's really no other excuse.
Of 20,000 people
And of course, ever since that terrorist attack that we saw against the diplomats, we've seen an attempt. It's kind of fallen flat, if you ask me. It hasn't really gone anywhere. But there was an attempt by mainstream media, Dana Bash, BBC, Israel, of course, Israeli representatives, Netanyahu coming out and saying that, by saying Free Palestine, it's the new Sieg Heil, et cetera, et cetera. Hasn't really gone anywhere, but, they're trying. They're trying like hell. To turn Free Palestine into a political statement. It's like you've successfully done that with From the River to the Sea, and that's really that's half the fault of that is on the left by getting into this stupid argument about annihilation. But Free Palestine is very, very clear about where it stands. Like there's no ambiguity there, and saying Free Palestine doesn't also in some interpretations, if you say from the river to the sea, some would say, you're saying eliminate Israel, and some people are saying that when they're saying that, right? So, but you can't mix that up with free Palestine. It's pretty clear. It's not saying, free Palestine doesn't have an opinion one way or the other about a two-state solution, right? And they want to destroy that. They want to destroy any kind of symbol of solidarity that could be used,
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! That's what the media do not want to see. That's what the media are trying to stop us from doing. What happened to Coachella, the media wasn't expecting that American young people were shouting Free Palestine. They have tried everything in their media. CNN, Fox, all the countries have tried everything to avoid that. Yeah. But young people know what's happening. We're the fucking future. Don't be on the wrong side of history. Free Palestine, Chucky Island.
Our day will come. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Thank you, Kneecap. Okay. Well, welcome to the future, folks. Welcome to the present. Okay. I swear to God, like if you time traveled like 10 years, into the past, and you tried to explain half of this shit to somebody, they would lock you up. They would lock your ass up so completely. All right, what do we do? Trump or the police state? Trump or the police state? Let's do some Trump stuff. Let's have some fun. Let's talk about Trump. Let's talk about Trump, baby. No, stop. Real quick, before we get into the U.S. news, I would like to remind you about the big list of protests, folks. The Blob. We got to make sure we check out the Blob. I want you to know about the Blob. Send people links. Send your family links. Hey, this shit is real. Get your feet wet. Give it a shot. It's a lot of fun. Guaranteed sex orgies. You got to go ahead and lie. It's perfectly fine. But make sure you're checking out the Blob, folks. The big list of protests. We got protests happening in Orange City, Florida, Oceanside, California, D-Land, Florida, St. Petersburg, Florida. What about the double dip? Yes, if you go to a protest, Donald Trump impersonators jack people off all day. Is that what you're talking about? Donald Trump impersonators doing the double handshake? Yep. You will get your tiny pervert penis milked at the healthcare protests. Fight like a mother, hands off healthcare. Elgin, Illinois. Tesla takedown, owning mills. Love it. Stand up, Superior, Colorado. National single payer healthcare for all day of action, Chicago, Illinois. Folks, just make sure you're checking out the Blob. Get your feet wet, right? Because the only way we're going to fix this is with nonviolent, direct political activism. And I know it's like, oh, well, I vote and I don't really have time for this stuff. If you don't have time, then pick one of these institutions, these organizations that's doing the work, and send them some money. Something. You have to do something. Okay? Oh, I don't wanna. Then just accept slavery. That's what they're building for us. Oh, you're being hyperbolic. Am I? How many U.S. citizens you're going to need? How many 2-year-old U.S. citizens kidnapped by the state and sent off to another country do you need to see before that changes your mind? Right? Which is an article in the police state section here. Donald Trump's disrespect for the U.S. military is well known. Donald Trump told West Point, here's another example. Donald Trump told West Point cadets at their graduation that he wouldn't be able to shake their hands, a tradition amongst U.S. presidents, because he had an urgent matters to deal with on China and Russia. This was him dealing with China and Russia. Moments later, he went golfing. So he decided, I don't want to shake their hands. I don't really care. I want to go golf. I'll just tell him an excuse. Oh, I got to go deal with China and Russia. It's so hard. No. He didn't want to shake their hands. He wanted to get out of there so he can run to the golf course. Is Fox News going to talk about it? Right-wing media going to talk about it? No, they're well past gone. Don't expect them to. They're pathetic.
You fly a lot?
This is great. Nathan Fielder over here did an interview with Wolf Blitzer in his usual comedic style. And I'll just cut to the chase. I'll show you some of this video because it's really funny, but I'll cut to the chase. His basic argument is totally true. And apparently this is what, he covers in the show. The whole gimmick of him becoming a pilot and being a pilot. The whole thing was to talk about this issue that is affecting a lot of the plane crashes that we're seeing. And it's a rather simple thing. So it has to do with inter-cockpit communication at the first 10,000 miles. So there's a rule on the books that says, hey, when you're basically taking off or when you're landing, no funny stuff, no chatter, no joking around. It's all serious business. Cut the shit, stay focused. Okay, we're landing or taking off. First 10,000 miles up in the air, right? Altitude, right? Once you get up to 10,000, then you're at cruising. You engage the autopilot. Now you can talk about your day. So apparently this rule isn't really trained or enforced, and Nathan went through a bunch. He did his own homework here, spoke to experts, and discovered that one of the things that was exacerbating crashes was a failure to adhere to this rule about inter-cockpit communication during takeoff and during landing. Right, should be looking at the gauges, even if it's boring, right? Even if it's something you've done 1,000 times, right? We're just, and that way you're ready when something, like the millisecond something isn't normal, you're catching it, you're already reacting to it, instead of like there's chatter, you miss a gauge, you miss a warning, you don't take something serious, you skip a step, a safety step, because you're talking with Jeff about his girlfriend or whatever. And Nathan, and the point that Nathan is bringing up is that this is kind of a human thing. Like, the co-pilot isn't going to interrupt the pilot who's talking about his latest conquest. He slept with a stewardess last night. Co-pilot's not going to be rude and be like, hey, bro, 10,000 feet. We got to, stay focused. Like, shut up. We stay focused, right? He's just like that power dynamic. He's not, even though he's in the right and that, he's totally justified and his boss should be giving that guy a thumbs up. That's not how it works, right? That's not how power dynamics in a work situation work, right? We've all been in that situation where it's like, okay, the rules are, well, I need to check my boss on this. I'm not gonna call him out. Boss can get away with it. I don't want the shit. I don't want the hassle. I want to keep my position, and I don't want to become a pariah. I got to work with this son of a bitch for the next umpteen years. I don't want every interaction with him to be awkward moving forward. So I don't want to, and if you're a office worker, that that's just, who cares, right? But if you're a pilot, you're in charge of people's lives. And people get killed because these regulations aren't followed, because these things aren't taken seriously. People get killed, right? How many people have you killed because you pissed off a coworker, right? Or because you didn't want to piss off a coworker? How many people did you get killed? Probably not that many. But in the position of airline pilot, it's actually a very real thing, and Nathan is through his comedy is trying to call it out, trying to point some attention at this very real issue. Boeing doesn't want to take it seriously. All the airlines, they don't want to take it seriously. Why? Because they don't want to invest more in training. They want to just do the quickest bare amount of training, right? And let these things kind of work out. They don't want to take it seriously because that costs more money, lowers morale. Okay, so that but they don't care. And that's what Nathan's trying to point out here. So it's really good stuff. So I really applaud Nathan for using his celebrity and his comedy to try and call this issue out.
Like as a passenger?
Yeah. You fly a lot?
Like as a passenger?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I fly normal, like planes, like everyone.
So you're concerned about airline safety?
Well, I don't want to die.
Comedian Nathan Fielder.
Right. So it's he's doing his Nathan Fielding thing, and then it's the Nathan like awkward way of like saying stuff works perfectly next to Wolf Blitzer. He's the perfect foil for Nathan.
Co-host Pamela Brown.
I'm sure, Pamela, you don't say some things to Wolf, or because you're between you two, who would be like the boss or the more like you're Wolf Blitzer, right? So you're like
so he does an absolute. I don't know if this is intentional or this is just who he is. This is probably just who he is, but he does an absolutely terrible job of explaining. That's why I kind of explained it earlier that it's about power dynamics in the cockpit, people not really checking each other because they don't want to offend each other, and how this is kind of a human thing that we all kind of do this in our jobs. And that's what he's trying to say. He's like, well, there's a clear power dynamic here. The goddamn show is the Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer. You're not exactly going to, be a gadfly and call Wolf out on a bunch of different things. And, he's just trying to point that out. They deny, Wolf is, you can criticize Wolf all day and I can talk shit all day and I wouldn't lose my job, completely full of shit, right? This usual CNN bullshit. But Nathan makes a very good point here. This is a very real human thing, and it's really affecting, pilots' readiness during a crisis.
Name is first on the thing. So I'm sure, Pamela, at times you might not want to say, Wolf wants to do something you don't think it's a good idea. You might not want to express that always.
Put your penis away.
We actually have a pretty, I understand your point.
But you have to say that now.
No.
So I love that he says that. He goes, you kind of have to say that now, right? And the power dynamic that he's talking about is the reason why. Nathan's a very smart man. Hey, Ribbons, good to see you. Nathan's a very, very smart man. But he's saying, look, you have to say that now to protect your job. You can't say, you can't technically agree with me right now because of this power dynamic.
Wants to do something you don't think it's a good idea, you might not want to express that always.
She's very good. We actually have a pretty, I understand your point.
But you have to say that now.
No.
I know, but you don't want to say to Wolf, you can't, as a journalist, you don't want to say, I don't want to.
She says that.
She says it to you. So maybe you're afraid to say something.
Here's the great thing about Wolf is he doesn't have an ego.
Okay.
He has no ego, but I take your point that
Wolf's in movies and stuff.
He's a big deal.
There
is no question.
So that's intimidating. That can be intimidating.
That can be intimidating.
That's sort of the thing we're trying to explore a little bit.
Now, if you haven't seen the show, I won't spoil some of the bits, but it does.
I'm sorry to interrupt this TYT host. Make sure you check out this guy's work on TYT. He's doing a good job over there. He's the one calling Cenk out half the time for Cenk's, when Cenk maybe doesn't have the best ideas sometimes. The jury is still out in terms of Cenk Uygur's strategy to open up dialogue with the extreme right. I'm pretty steadfast that wasn't a good idea. That that there's no point in working with an organization that's trying to annihilate everything that we hold dear. There's no working with them. The only direction is to defeat them. But Cenk Uygur, I don't know, still sees a path for some kind of consensus. But, this fella over here is often calling out Cenk Uygur quite a bit on his nonsense, which I appreciate.
Does culminate in a ridiculous stunt with him flying a 737. To do that, he had to go through rigorous training. And the FAA even responded to some of the claims he makes in the show. And this is how he reacted.
We reached out to the FAA to see what it had to say about all of this. And it told us that it mandates all airline pilots and crew members to complete interpersonal communication training, and it says it isn't seeing the data that supports the show's central claim that pilot communications is to blame for airline disaster.
Well,
so I want to get you to respond to that, obviously.
That's dumb. They're dumb. And here's the issue, is that they do, I trained to be a pilot, and I'm a 737 pilot. I went through the training. The training is someone shows you a PowerPoint slide saying, if you are a co-pilot and the captain does something wrong, you need to speak up about it. That's all. That's the training. And they talk about some crashes that happened, but they don't do anything that makes it stick emotionally.
They don't
also, there are so many moments in this interview.
And that's important because that power dynamic is very, very real. That power dynamic is super real. We've all worked jobs. We all know it's a real thing. You can't just expect to keep your job if you're calling your boss out, even if it's like the documented rule that you have to call your boss out, you're not going to stick around. That's just how it is everywhere.
50 lives.
That's what, I was hoping to demonstrate with the Miracle over the Mojave, which is the flight that I flew in the show to show communication between pilots, that people can see that two pilots trying their best to communicate, it's still a struggle. And fortunately, in that flight, nothing else critical happened. So I think when the communication lines up with a real potential emergency, that's when it could make all the difference. And so, you know, fortunately, I landed the plane safely and saved 150 lives that day. And so I think the hope is that the FAA will look at this stuff and the miracle
he's not exactly
of the
being
Mojave
truthful.
and be like, yeah.
Now, at the same time, while Nathan Fielder,
Right. So then he gets into some other examples of Trump cutting the FFA, you know, making this more dangerous to fly, which is fascinating to me because these rich guys are in the air all the time. You know, it's an inevitability. It's not a threat. You know, it's not me. You know, coming. You know, I'm going to get him. You know, but eventually there is going to be one of these rich oligarchs dying in a plane crash that was totally avoidable because, you know, and the end result is going to be, yeah, he probably could have avoided that disaster if he hadn't, you know, if he hadn't supported the cutting of the of the regulations and all. You know, it's wild to me because it's like all these guys, all these rich guys, they're constantly in the air. They're private jets and flying around all over the place, incredibly wasteful. They don't give a shit about the environment, et cetera, et cetera. And they're actively supporting a political party that is making it more unsafe to be in the air. Tell me how it makes sense to you, you know? I don't have time to show you this video here, but I wanted to point out that Senator Cory Booker introduced a bill to transfer Marshal services from the executive branch to judicial. And if you don't know what the hell that means, I talk about it all the time, you know, about how the Trump administration is violating the law and, you know, the contempt in court doesn't mean anything if there's no enforcement. Who's the entity that's supposed to be enforcing contempt? It's the U.S. Marshal Service. So this is actually a great idea. Where's Bernie on this? Where's AOC? Where's the so-called progressives? And how come it took Cory Booker, corrupt neoliberal Cory Booker, to be talking about this? How come this isn't, you know, this isn't part of AOC's stump speech? You know, you got to take back control of the U.S. Marshals so we can enforce the lawbreakers and arrest them. You know, does this really, you know, need to be led by Cory Booker, who's not, he's not going to get it done. He's not going to get it done. So where the hell is the so-called squizod? Where's the goddamn progressives? How come they're not calling for, you know, retaking control of the Marshal Service? How come AOC and Bernie aren't mentioning that judges are allowed to deputize marshals right there on the spot? Any fucking citizen, here's your badge, you know, Doc Holliday style, and then they get to enforce the law. How come no progressive is talking about that? It's got to come from Cory Booker bringing this up. I've been talking about it for months, but the first time someone worth a damn says something about it, it's got to be Cory Booker. That's a failure coming from the progressive end. That's a failure from the Bernie wing to not be leading this charge, because they need to be talking about this, because you know, a court saying something's illegal isn't worth a hill of beans without enforcement. On top of that, you know, we see the Supreme Court doing everything in its power to destroy these rulings. But that's later in this. Thought I'd remind you that it is as bad as you remember it from the first term. Apparently, Trump's intel chief is struggling to find ways to deliver information to Trump in a way that doesn't, you know, make him, you know, look at his phone, start scrolling social media. Wait till you hear this idea. This will make you laugh. This is really something else. This is what they're seriously considering doing to try and keep Donald Trump's attention so that he can just do basic presidential stuff, right? The daily briefing. Okay, here's where the state of the world is, sir. Right? The basic stuff. This is like, it's like, you know, this is the basic thing you need to do as a president. Listen to your advisors tell you, okay, this is what's happening. You know, kings and queens across the fucking world, across time, have had to do the same thing. And this guy, he could barely stay awake. He wants to scroll social media, wants to turn on cable news. He doesn't want this information. Skip it, skip it, skip it. So this is what they're coming up with. The report notes that Gabbard is seeking steps she could take to tailor the briefing to Trump's policy interests and habits. Listen to this. Reporting that PBD is currently a written digital document with pictures, so it's already like gussied up for Trump. There's a feeling Trump is not invested, with one insider admitting the problem with Trump is that he doesn't read. He's on broadcast all the time. Yeah, that's a nice way of saying that he's an imbecile and a carnival barker, and all he can do is just shout his opinion. He doesn't really want to absorb any information. His opinions on Russia and Putin back this up, by the way. No new information. The guy's been stuck in cryo-freeze in the 1980s. Thinks he's dealing with the fucking Soviet Union. With that in mind, NBC News is reporting that there's been suggestions about converting his briefing into one made to look and feel like a Fox News broadcast, according to multiple sources. Under that concept, as it has been discussed, the National Intelligence Director's Office could hire a Fox News producer to produce it and one of the network's personalities to present it. Trump, an avid Fox News viewer, could then watch the broadcast, PDB, classified information, whenever he wanted. The report states, before adding, a new PDB could include not only graphics and pictures, but also maps with animated representations of exploding bombs, similar to a video game. Another one of the people with knowledge of the discussions said. What else is there to say, right? What else is there really to say? But they're seriously considering hiring a Fox News producer and a Fox News personality to produce the daily briefing into a Fox News style segment so he can watch it along with his cable news. This was in the White Rhino subreddit, which is some kind of finance subreddit. Pretty pro-Trump subreddit, quite frankly. But this squeaked through. Trump media just announced raising $2.5 billion to buy Bitcoin right after calling Financial Times reporters dumb journalists with dumb sources. So the Financial Times, asks him, hey, are you raising money to, Trump media? Is Trump media raising money to buy Bitcoin? Oh, you're dumb. Your sources are dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. Then he does it. Say what you will, but the man's got a black belt in gaslighting. First deny, then double down, then ride the pump. Then they included this video. Okay, I'm going to get DMCA'd, but you get it. He likes to jerk off men. The Supreme Court last week, it's just basically said Donald Trump is allowed to fire whoever he wants in the executive branch, even independent organizations, except for the Fed. So basically the Supreme Court said the emperor can fire whomever he wants. The court's emergency order issued over the shadow docket, because we're doing shadow docket stuff mostly, so these guys don't even have to put their fucking name to it. That's how cowardly they are. But the shadow docket, which is not a final decision on the merits, but it strongly signals that the conservative supermajority is ready to give Trump near total control over the entire executive branch by abolishing the independence of key federal agencies, with one notable exception. American politics are so doomed. Well, we're taking the rest of the world with us. I don't know. It sounds like you think you're going to somehow avoid this. Chaos. But anyway, that's the basic gist of this. The Supreme Court basically said Donald Trump's allowed to fire, and this allows Donald Trump to destroy, gut any department he doesn't like, just destroy USAID, NASA, whatever he wants, just completely wreak havoc. You know, and of course, these are departments that were created by representatives of the American people, you know, and should only be disassembled through that same process, right? These are things that Americans voted for. They supported their politicians to put to put these things in charge, to put these things in operation. I mean, yes, get help. That's 100% correct. Yeah, he is doing that, 100%. Listen to this headline. FBI to release conspiracy-shattering Epstein video that proves how he really died. We're releasing the proof. Kash Patel and David Bingo Boingo. We're gonna release the truth, okay? We got Bingo Boingo on the computer to tell ChatGPT to come up with a video that we can release to the public. Right-wingers love talking about Epstein, but they always leave one little detail out. They'll talk for hours about Epstein and Clinton and Epstein and Bill Gates, and they leave one little detail out of their long discussions about Epstein. Can anyone tell me what that one little detail that the right-wingers that love to talk about Epstein, that one little detail that they leave out? Can anyone think? What's that one little detail they leave out? So don't worry, guys. The completely political and captured FBI is using all of their resources to create a fake AI-generated video of Epstein killing himself to protect Trump. Because my channel is terrible right now because I got banned off Twitch. No one's in the chat, but the answer to my question was Trump. They always leave out the Trump stuff, and the reason why we're seeing Kash Patel and all the others come out to protect Trump, come out with this Epstein stuff, is to protect Trump. Because the only evidence that isn't being released is the connections that Epstein has with Donald Trump. That's really the only things that are being protected. And seemingly Joe Biden did his best to protect Donald Trump and the information about him. Joe Biden was happy to go along with the cover-up. But yeah, the FBI is supposed to release a video, guys. Stay tuned. It's going to be a juicy one. I'm predicting it's going to be a total fake. Cooked up by Bingo Boingo and Kash Patel. Elon Musk over here with his fucking little temple fingers. And don't forget, if we're talking about Elon Musk, we need to show this image. Anytime any piece of media, any media organization is talking about Elon Musk, they need to show this, or they're not doing their job. But Elon Musk over here, the dork father. The fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. And, of course, Trump pardoned the people who tried to overthrow the government. Trump's pardoning a bunch of criminals. He might even pardon fucking Diddy. About to be convicted pedophile Sean Diddy Combs. Donald Trump over here seriously considering pardoning him. You want to hear some stupid shit?
That's why we were tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday where the tariffs continue.
It's interesting to see Elon's reaction about this tariff stuff because he totally disagrees with Donald Trump, wildly disagrees with Donald Trump, and because it's affecting his businesses. So look at his like twitchy reaction to it.
Tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday where the tariffs continue, because without the tariffs, our nation would be imperiled. We would really be imperiled. I think I can say that with great surety, Scott and Howard. And so we were very happy to get that decision.
I love how he looks to his yes men and sycophants. Right? You agree with me, right? Right? You agree with me. You want to keep your job, don't you? Right? You agree with me. Our country would be in peril if it wasn't for these tariffs, no doubt about it. Elon Musk over here, I'm losing billions. I'm kind of losing billions to your tariffs, buddy. But I mean, my desire and love for fascism outweighs anything, even my love for money. The crazy shit this guy says, you know, the crazy shit that this guy thinks is a positive, it's really something else, you know, and historians, I mean, there'll be people that go to college just to study Trump because of the crazy shit that this guy says.
This isn't my war. This is Biden's war, Zelensky's war, and Putin's war. This isn't Trump's war. I'm only here for one thing, to see if I can end it, to save 5,000 lives a week and a lot of money, the money being much less important, because I made that money. I went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, and we brought back $5.1 trillion. So I made that money in about...
That's actually more than the entire gross national product of the entire country. It's a total, complete lie. Utterly. Will he even see billions? He's talking about 5 trillion. Will he even see billions? So I just needed to point that out. He did not do this. He did not secure that money. And the money that he's talking about is literally more money than they even have. And he just gets away with it. You know, Piero back here, God, she's so pathetic. Just utterly pathetic. But we all knew that, right? We all knew that well before this woman stood behind Donald Trump as yet another enabler. What the fuck is up with this Aryan shit, by the way? That's supposed to be an American eagle? That shit looks a little Aryan, dog.
We brought back $5.1 trillion. So I made that money in about 2 hours, the money that we're talking about, but it's still think of it, 300.
Her reaction is pretty interesting. I'm just making speculation here, but I'm pretty sure just by looking at her reaction, she knows that 5 trillion is complete nonsense.
So I made that money in about 2 hours, the money that we're talking about, but it's still think of it, $300 billion we've spent with no checks, no balances. They just send cash.
Yeah. No, they don't. None of it true. Just nonsense. Total nonsense.
Robert Kennedy.
No one's here, so I don't have time. I'm not going to waste time with Lewis Black. He says something funny about RFK Jr. I'm just going to keep this moving, though. White House health report included fake citations. So RFK Jr.'s health department is using ChatGPT and is hallucinating. It's literally citing a report on children's health released by the Make America Healthy Again Commission referred to scientific papers that did not exist. You know, it's like the creation of AI and this, you know, this mediocre fascist movement. Really, the timing couldn't be better, you know, because these people are just, they don't know how to do their jobs. They're pretend, fake it till you make it grifters that are way out of their league. They have no idea what they're doing. So right at the perfect time, they have this resource that is kind of good, kind of, you know, makes up the difference. Better than nothing, you know. And it's, of course, so now they're using these fake citations to decrease vaccinations. They're forcing scientists to use an older vaccination technique. There's just so much insanity coming out of this guy. RFK Jr. says COVID-19 shot will no longer be recommended for healthy children and pregnant women. At the same time he's doing this, the CDC is directly contradicting him, directly saying what the head of the Health and Human Services department is incorrect. CDC directly contradicts direct demand from RFK Jr. Amid reports, and he's doing all this.
That's not even the only.
All of this while there's a new COVID variant that's been blown away. Maybe you haven't heard of it. I wanted to bring this up so that people who are watching should know there's a new variant. Wash your hands. Wear a mask if you're at the movies. If you're going to a public, if you're at the airport, wear a mask. There's a new COVID variant.
Only thing, there is a new COVID wave that appears to be coming.
And meanwhile, RFK over here contradicting the CDC, recommending less vaccinations. Why? Because of his own kooky beliefs. This is all him, dude. And he claims to be a warrior against microplastics and chemicals in the water and fluoridization and all these, causing autism and all this. Doesn't do anything about that. Doesn't do anything about the microplastics or the chemical poisonings and any of this other stuff. Goes right after vaccinations, goes after legitimate health concerns. Number one priority to this guy, making us more unhealthy. Couldn't make this up, dude. You can't write a story that you could sell in a bookstore with this kind of character in there. That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? He doesn't even have to pretend he's competent. He could just fart his way through this and he's good to go. You're kidding me. No accountability whatsoever, even from just regular people. Yep. Everyone just ignores it. Oh, that's not believable at all. You got to change that character, man. So talking about how AI has, kind of like the ascension of AI is perfectly timed for these mediocre grifters to be in charge. Now, I'm going to show you some statements here from this guy from Anthropic. He has a financial incentive to say these things. He has a financial incentive for these things to be true. With that said, there's a lot of convincing evidence to back up what he's saying. So let's hear what he has to say.
People have adapted to past technological changes, but I'll say again, everyone I've talked to has said this technological change looks different. It looks faster. It looks harder to adapt to. It's broader. The pace of progress keeps catching people off guard. And so I don't know exactly how fast the job concerns are going to come. I don't know how fast people are going to adapt. It's possible it'll all be okay, but I think that's too sanguine an approach. I think we do need to be raising the alarm. I think we do need to be concerned about it. I think policymakers do need to worry about it. If they do worry and they do act, then maybe we can prevent it. But we're not going to prevent it just by saying everything's going to be okay.
Right. So he's basically saying if we don't implement UBI, if we don't implement massive socialism to make up the difference, we're going to be dealing with millions of unemployed people. He's not going to vote for socialism. He's not going to support socialism. He's not going to fund socialism. He's going to continue making people more poor. He's going to continue with this technology, making himself billions. But he would just like to warn everybody that, his gain is everyone else's loss. Just so you know, he lets you know he's not going to stop. Okay. And of course, he's not going to stop supporting political causes that directly contradict what he's saying. We're not going to stop any of that. Techno feudalist for life, right? Come on, techno slavery, right? Probably has a lot of agreement with Elon Musk. Maybe I'm going too far, but a lot of these guys are in the same camp. They just believe different flavors, but they basically ultimately believe that they're smarter, better than your average human, that they deserve to run everything. These tech Silicon Valley guys are really something else. So isn't that cute? I'm going to continue creating the doom machine. I'm going to continue profiting off the doom machine. But hey, give me credit. I warned everybody that my doom machine was going to doom everybody. So strap in. I mean, you better do something about it. Someone better stop me. Someone better stop me. I mean, I'm completely out of, I'm out of control. I'm totally out of control. I will take your job. I'm coming after your job. You, everybody, white collar, middle collar, lower collar, no collar. Your job is mine, and I don't care. I'm going to make billions. I'm going to make an obscene amount of money doing this, and there is no stopping me. There is a good point to be made that even if he wasn't doing it, it would still be happening. So, but that's what they always say, right? That's what they're always, oh, well, if it wasn't for me, it'd be someone else. I might as well be the one making money. I'm a nice guy. So, I mean, could be some guy that just lies to everybody and just says that everything's going to be okay. At least I told people I was fucking them over and they're live and they were doomed. I mean, come on, guys. You know, I'm moral. So, I'm sorry, but this is related. This is AI. I wanted to talk about this because there's an article in, I don't know, some fucking news. Where is it? Axios? Yeah, okay. No, hold on. There's an article, I think in the Independent somewhere. They'll mention it. There's an article about how AI is absolutely going to affect white-collar workers. And it's not being discussed anywhere, right? Lower level stuff, you know, all these middle managers, VPs, directors, right? There's no real discussion about their jobs. It's all the discussion in the boardrooms right now is these, you know, these lower rung jobs, right? These you know, entry level jobs, all the money that could be saved. There's no real discussion happening, right, about, well, I mean, Bill, you're going to lose your job pretty soon, aren't you? I mean, maybe they're joking around, but nothing serious. Well, this article is coming out and saying in about 1 year, we're going to be seeing major multinational corporations let off half of their directors, you know, fire half of their VPs. The VPs, directors, executives are going to become redundant with AI, and it makes perfect sense. It's actually their jobs are going to be some of the easier ones to automate with AI. You know, it's not even like a technical programming kind of thing. Truck drivers, absolutely. Truck drivers bulletproof, absolutely, big time. Yeah, I don't think I have it queued up, but I did see that video about the trial that's happening in Texas, on that highway on Texas. And yeah, you know, they were interviewing truck drivers. And they were like, yeah, I mean, we're screwed. We're completely screwed. And tens of thousands of us, this entire industry is going to be completely decimated by this innovation. What are we going to do about it? Yeah, fucking ribbons, totally. I worry about the junior devs. It's only going to accelerate. And really, how are you supposed to get good? How are you supposed to, like, because the whole idea is that, you know, you get the AI to do the boring shit while you're doing the higher level stuff, right? As the human being, you're actually doing the creative, you know, coming up with these new ideas. Well, how are you supposed to, you know, have that higher level, you know, ability to actually to know what is and isn't, you know, correct? I guess it's just like, well, we don't know what the assembler does. You know, I don't know how the assembler takes my code and turns it into machine code. I just know it just works. And that's all that really matters. So I guess that's, you know, we're not going to have junior devs anymore. I guess the idea is that everyone gets to come up, anyone with an idea gets to walk up to a prompt and say, I want an app that measures the distance that my pubic hairs will grow after I die, or my toenails, you know, because your toenails continue to grow apparently after you die in the grave, you know, so whatever, you know what I mean? Any idea anybody can fart out, someone can just, you know, tell an AI to make it. But it's like, I don't know, I feel like they're like, what happens if humanity forgets some of this stuff or just doesn't know how to do it? But I guess that's always been the discussion about new technology, right? Because they were saying that about electricity. They were saying that about the automobile. You know, oh, it's gonna change things so radically that, you know, we won't even recognize ourselves anymore. And then 10 years later, it was like, what are you talking about? You know, I can't live my life without electricity. I can't live my life without the automobile. What are you talking about? It's going to change society. Like, it changed it for the better. My big worry about AI, though, is that the current state of politics is not ready for this kind of trauma. You know, in the current state of politics right now, can the government really react to massive unemployment? You know, to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, just a whole industry is getting, you know, being disappeared in the span of a few months because of this new technology. Like, is our government, you know, our governments, are they actually capable of that, you know, handling that shock? You know, I don't think so. So I personally want to see AI succeed for my own personal reasons. My son, you know, being disabled and all that, you know, there's a lot of really amazing gene therapies that are being talked about and introduced because of AI. So I don't want to be a Luddite here, but it's like that's my concern is that the Trump administration, even the Biden administration, they have no fucking clue. They have no idea what to do about this. Well, can I get some more donations from these companies that are, it's just they don't even know how to handle a mass crisis, like this. You know what I mean? That's my big worry. Yeah, truck driving jobs suck, especially these days. UBI. I mean, we got to talk about it. We got to talk. We're talking about millions of people without jobs, and it's like Walmart. Like Walmart, McDonald's, like these companies. Do they want business? Do they think if there's less people going to my restaurant, that's a good thing somehow? Maybe we'll jack up the prices. We'll double the prices because the only people that have money are going to be the filthy rich, and the only ones that could really afford our food anyway. I don't know. I don't know how you fix this. Without addressing, this. Are we just going to have a bunch of little Palestines across the nation? No offense, you know what I mean, but a bunch of fenced in. Fucking open air prisons. Like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to deal with all these hungry mouths?
A new piece that just posted on Axios.com.
I know. Morning, Joe. I know. This is about an interview with this guy and about the Axios article. This isn't about these stupid fucks.
Moments ago, taking a critical look at the future of artificial intelligence.
Couldn't
it's a
find
pretty
a video
incredible piece.
Covering this.
It's entitled Behind the Curtain, a white-collar bloodbath. That could be the result of AI.
Well, yeah, and
it's so funny. I was just talking to brother-in-law, and he's an executive working for a company, and I was pointing this out, and he was like, "Oh yeah, maybe in 10 years, maybe you're 5-10 years," and no offense to him, of course, I love the guy. But I was just thinking to myself, I don't know, man. I don't think you have the full scope of what this technology is capable of. And I think a lot of these guys, like my brother-in-law, they think the bosses above them wouldn't fuck them over like this. It's like, I know we fuck over the entry level people, the mid-level people, that's just business. That's how you do business in the modern way, but it's like, I mean, you're not going to fuck me over, right? I mean, come on, I go to the barbecues, we do the whole, not us, not at this level, not at the executive level, right? I mean, we fuck them over, but we don't fuck us over. So I think there's this kind of naivete, really, that their bosses aren't going to fuck them over. And it's like, no, the whole idea, and I got a video to back this up, the whole idea is to have Elon Musk at the top and then AI and robots for everything else. And then every red penny of profit goes into one person's pocket. That's the dream. That's the fucking dream. And that's going to hurt us all, man. Right now, the speed of progress is pretty much exponential. People have a really hard time understanding what that means. I've never seen anything. I'm a tech guy. I'm a Barbie boy living in a Barbie world. You know what I mean? I'm a tech boy living in a tech world. I love this shit. I've loved it since I've been able to comprehend what technology is. I have never in my life seen anything like this. I'm not a history expert, but it's like, did the printing press do this? Like AI is doing this? Just completely within months, entire industries transformed, right? Did the printing press really do this? Did the fucking automobile really do this? Steam engines did this maybe? Yeah. Is that how far back we need to go to talk about like the technological leap that we're taking here? It's exciting. It's frightening and exciting, right? Right, those two emotions mixing up, because I need to get a job soon. It's like, and all I know how to do is fix computers, and it's like, yeah, okay, all right. Shoe cobbler over here. All I know how to do is fix shoes. I don't know how to do a fancy thing. It's like I feel pretty fucked.
And Jim. People that run AI companies don't want to talk about it. They want to pretend it's not going to happen. Silicon Valley wants to pretend it's not going to happen. Wall Street doesn't really want to talk about it. But the fact is, as you report, just like the technological revolution, the IT revolution, God
I hate Mika Brzezinski. Okay, I'm no fan of Morning Joe. Don't like Morning Joe, but I hate Mika Brzezinski. Anyway.
Blue-collar workers throughout the 90s and beyond.
Maybe get into fixing
you're
robots.
You're now talking about a bloodbath.
But you see, that's the thing, though, fucking robots, and you're seeing this in programming. It's like, how do I get an entry-level position into fixing a fucking robot? I don't have cybernetics. You know, I need expertise in all kinds of engineering and science fields that I can't afford education. I don't have time to get that education. So it's like, fewer and fewer human beings with the knowledge to actually keep everything working. They get the jobs. But what about schmucks? What about schmoes? What about guys like me? You know, I know how to fix a computer, but I don't know how to fix a fucking robot. Maybe if you start making robots like printers, then I could fix it, right? But it's come on, man. What the hell am I supposed to do? I got to feed my kids now, okay? Not in 6 years after I get my robotics degree.
For white-collar workers because of AI. And from what you've seen and what you're reporting on, it is going to be a bloodbath for workers.
I mean, that is certainly the warning of Dario Amodei, who is the CEO of Anthropic. And just for your viewers, Anthropic is one of the top creators of this AI, these large language models in the world. So he has better visibility than probably all but 2 or 3 people in the world into the power of this technology. Mm-hmm. He'd been telling us...
Yeah, but as per normal on Morning Joe, let's not mention any conflict of interest that this billionaire might have, you know, promoting his own product and promoting his own industry. Let's not mention that at all. We'll ignore that part. Anyway, please continue.
Private for a while that this bloodbath could be coming, but that lawmakers don't want to talk about it. The federal government doesn't want to talk about it. AI companies don't want to spook people. We finally convinced him to go on the record. And his point is, like, listen, just play with this technology, not just casually. Like, once you really dive into it, you realize it can do the work already of researchers, of analysts.
So but it's not, you still need a human to check the work. It's still hallucinating. It's still not perfect. But a lot of the bitch work you can automate really easily now. You know, there's a lot of clever ways for a lot of people to make their jobs more efficient. It doesn't change the workload. In fact, it increases the workload, right? So people have never been busier, ironically, increasing their productivity. But it's not this, you know, we're not quite there. We're not replacing mid-level, high-level engineers. We're not doing that yet. But if the current progress keeps up in 12 months, we could be talking about stuff like that. Yeah. Workers need to come together in all fields. The only way, I mean, that's, you know, solidarity. I mean, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because that is what we need. We need solidarity with the fellow working class. But good luck trying to deliver that message. It really does, and I hate to agree with accelerationists. I really do, because I'm an existentialist. I believe in working towards a goal. I don't agree with defeatism, and in my opinion, accelerationism feels like defeatism. But I don't see any other way than, in terms of changing the normie zeitgeist and affecting this zeitgeist, this breaking through this layer, this thick, fatty layer of apathy. I don't see any other way outside of millions of people feeling the ramifications of these greedy bastards. That doesn't mean we let them rape us, or grape us. Sorry. That doesn't mean we let them do this, but that also is kind of an understanding that there might not be enough of us to stop this right now. That just might be the stone cold reality of it. That doesn't mean we're giving up, but that doesn't mean we should be delusional either. Like, these guys are firmly in charge, and is the Democratic Party stepping up to stop any of this? So what the left should be doing is, preparing to spread a message, right? Which is why we need to be, participating in activism, but we need to be ready to capture this wave that will eventually, this awareness that people will start having about, how they need solidarity, we should be ready to capitalize on that.
A whole host of entry-level white-collar jobs. And he put it in the starkest of terms.
Yeah,
he said, like, based
yeah.
on their early analysis, over a 5-year period, it could wipe out half of white-collar entry-level jobs. Unemployment could spike to 10 to 20% in the next 5 years. And this is a guy who's building the technology, who's boasting about the power of it. And when we push him on, then if you're building it, like, how do you morally kind of think about it in your own mind? And he said, I have an obligation to build the technology. I also have an obligation to get the federal government, to get lawmakers, to get other AI companies to figure out how do we prepare the American worker and how do we protect the American worker. And so, you know, as someone who runs...
Well, that's lower on the list. Trust me, that's not number 2 on the list. Protect the American worker, yeah, that's like 27 on the list.
It's a company. I run Axios as a CEO. I spend an inordinate amount of time studying AI and how it's going to play out.
Okay.
Just in
yada yada yada. That's all the Morning Joe I have for you. Sorry, I know you want more. You want more Joe. More Joe. If you want to watch the rest of this video, it's right here. You get my point. You get my point. We're in some deep shit. Here's that video I was talking about. This is the dream, you know, and they're just now starting to talk about it, but this is the dream right here.
When do you think there'll be the first billion-dollar company with one human employee?
2026.
Yeah.
Right. So this is that same oligarch who's warning everybody about how how him and his fellow tech fucks are gonna fuck us all over. Right. Well, we warned you. And he's like, big smile. In 2026, first company, billion-dollar company with just one person. Me. I'm at the top. Me. It's not going to be you. It's going to be me. It could be you with your great ideas, but it won't be. It'll be me and my friends.
No, I absolutely buy that. Yeah.
Woo! Woo! Gonna be homeless. Woo! Woo! Wow, cool. You're gonna destroy the economy.
Everyone says that.
Just wanted to show this video. I don't have time to get into, you know, a full discussion like TYT does here, but this is the kind of shit coming out of Republicans' mouths. Yeah, bulletproof. I mean, I agree with you, but with that said, like I said before, I've never seen anything like AI. I've never seen companies take such a new technology. You know, I mean, you know, think of how long it took companies to get rid of the fax machine, right? There's still some companies using e-fax, right? Because they have to deal with law firms that are using fax machines, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, I've never seen a technology just like everyone's doing it, you know, like 3D TVs was one thing, but this isn't like 3D TVs. This is like 3D TVs on crack, you know, like everyone's doing it. Anyway, like I said, this is the kind of callous shit that's coming out of Republicans' mouths. Just listen to this. Listen to this sociopath explain her feelings.
Everyone says that Medicaid is being cut. People are going to see their benefits cut. That's not true.
It is true.
No, go ahead. It's corrections of overpayments and people that have not been eligible for.
That's a lie.
These programs by law as it is currently written. People are not, well, we all are going to die. So
confronted directly with the truth that her cutting of these services, which she says she's not doing, while she's doing, confronted directly with the reality that it will result in people dying, that's her answer. Well, we all got to die someday. Come on, what are we talking about?
Have not been eligible for these programs by law as it is currently written. People are not, well, we all are going to die. So, for heaven's sakes.
For heaven's sakes. You woke liberals. You woke liberals. What do you think this woman will be saying when she's in the hospital, right? I want the best medical science. I want you to spend millions of dollars to keep me alive. Expend every resource. Do everything you can to keep me alive. with a big smile on her face. Common sense, honey. You don't get it. The poors don't get it. I get it. I'm an important person. My life is important. Your life isn't. Everyone's got to die someday, honey. Okay? You don't really need that cancer treatment. Come on, honey. What is that going to buy you? A couple years? Okay, so you're telling me the taxpayers have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to keep you alive for a couple extra years. What? So you could have time with your family? Okay, look, there's a reality here, okay? You're woke and unimportant. Me, I'm big, important politician, okay? Your life is meaningless, okay? Accept it.
For heaven's sakes, folks.
For heaven's sakes, folks. So sorry, I don't have time to, sorry to interrupt the TYT host here. If you want to see this whole episode, check it out. This whole idea that TYT has gone Dave Rubin, I'm seeing Vosh and other people repeat this. It's just not true, okay? And I have a lot to I have a lot to criticize TYT for, but this whole idea, they're right wing, they're pushing right wing, they're like Tucker Carlson, it's completely ridiculous. It really is. I don't have time to show you this, but it's an amazing 30-minute video by Timothy Schneider, expert on fascism. He's been making the rounds lately, warning people. He's moved out of the country. He's now teaching classes in Canada about fascism. If you want to check it out, it's right here. Maybe you already acknowledge that, that what we're dealing with is fascism, but maybe you're one of these people that still needs to be convinced that what we're seeing is fascism. Well, Timothy, if Timothy Schneider isn't going to convince you, then really no one could. So give it a shot if you have any skepticism about what's happening right now. Yeah, that's how I use it right now. I review everything, but together I can do like 200% already. Yeah. Did we learn any lessons, CBS? Did we learn any lessons at all? Paramount offered $15 million to settle Trump's CBS suit, but he demands more. Gosh, guys, if only there were a group of fascists in the past that showed us the exact same behavior. Gee, guys. If only there were tyrants and dictators throughout history that could have taught us these lessons, that you don't capitulate in advance to authoritarians, dictators, and fascists because they just want more. They just want more. They always want more. So here's CBS kissing the ring. Oh, look, we fired those anti-Semites. Oh, please, approve our merger. Please approve our merger, please. Oh, our merger that'll make us millions. Please approve it, please, sir. We acquiesce to fascism. We'll pretend to be a legitimate news source while spreading fascist lies. Please let us do. We'll make tens of millions of dollars, please. Trump's like, sweeten the deal. 15 million, you can afford a lot more. I guarantee you the thought process was, they're going to make so much money from this merger after I approve it. What you're cheaping me out. You're being cheap on me. 15 million, you're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars from this merger, okay? You can give me 50. You can give me 50 million. I guarantee you that's how the logic was. They're cheap. This is cheap. 15 million. This is an insult. You're about to make hundreds of millions from your merger. Cut me off a larger slice, then we'll talk. That's how it works with Trump. That's straight up how it works. I don't even feel bad making up a straw man. I'll just lie. I'll just say, yeah, that's what he said. That's a direct quote. There you go. I always feel bad about doing even when I do it in jest, I feel bad. I don't know how Tucker does it. I don't know how he does it. That Russian money must really be good. Court says Trump doesn't have the authority to set tariffs. So this was in the news, and basically I don't have too many details to report on it. Basically, the court said all of the executive orders setting tariff policy by Donald Trump ridiculous, and he doesn't have a right to do that. Trump has immediately appealed this decision. The decision will go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court might, because the only thing the Supreme Court doesn't like is Donald Trump messing with the economy because, of course, their connections to the oligarchy. So we might see the Supreme Court push back on Trump on his tariff policies just because of how chaotic they are. But that's basically where we're at. He's, broken the law with these tariffs. Court says you can't, but the tariffs are still in place while he's doing the appeal because we live in a hell world. right? Where no good is allowed, only evil is allowed to prevail. So the tariffs are still technically in place, but it's very, very likely to go to the Supreme Court. And, who knows which direction they'll go. And there's a very good chance that they're just going to let Trump do whatever he wants. I don't know. Also in the news, Donald Trump, full-blown fucking communist. Fucking bust out your marks. All right, well, welcome to the new communist revolution. I don't know. Donald Trump orders U.S. chip software suppliers to stop selling to China because the American president can just do this now. We don't believe in capitalism, This is ridiculous. It's communism. There's no other way to put it. It's a state-controlled, state-managed economy, planned economy shit. You can't sell to them. You can't. No, you could sell to them, but you can't sell to them. You, private company, you're not allowed to sell over here. Private company, you're not allowed to sell over there. Xi Jinping Trump. I'm Xi Jinping Trump, everybody. Isn't that funny? Isn't that really funny? I'm a communist now. Ha ha ha. It's funny. Yeah, bulletproof. Yeah, that's true. Dictator brained. Yep. Basically. So, Financial Times reporting on this, which says a lot because they love fascism. But Financial Times is also a good place to get the truth because they don't like people fucking with the money. This is great. Totally support this. Someone put up a dictator protest poster in South Florida. Wannabe dictator, not in the USA. Good stuff. Good stuff. I wonder how many emails Ron DeSantis got about this. I'm a free speech loving patriot, but I want you to take this down. I want you to censor this and burn a bunch of books while you're at it too, because I love free speech. How many emails, I love freedom. That's why you should stop. That's why you should censor this, because I love freedom. Someone should arrest these people for expressing their feelings and thoughts. Someone should arrest them. Why was the video backwards? Why did they do that? Okay, weird. TikTok thing. All right. That was cool. Like to see that. This needs to be called out more, and I'm really happy to see this video because the New York Times goes out of their way to defend fascism. And here's a great example right here. So here's one news outlet reporting Trump gives rambling speech about trophy wives, golf, and the great late Al Capone in politically charged West Point address. And if you saw this address, you would agree that this is actually a very light. This is being charitable to call it rambling. The guy talked about all kinds of crazy shit to these West Pointers. It was completely disgraceful. So that's how. One news organization covers it. This is how the New York Times covers it. Trump gives a commencement address at West Point stressing a new era. This is intentional. It's called sane washing. They do it intentionally, and we're supposed to believe this is the quote-unquote paper of record. So I'm really glad this person calls it out because what he says is 100% true. Listen to how he explains how the New York Times pretends like it's being objective while delivering a message.
It went away from Times to refer to Donald Trump in a news story as a fascist. I would want to refer to them that some people say he is, and that we have to have that discussion of what fascism is. And what authoritarian?
So they don't even address that. They even now they don't even. It would be just offensive. Against the New York Times standards to call Donald Trump a fascist.
Is.
They won't even say some people call him a fascist, or some people would say that what he's doing is fascistic. They don't even go that far.
And I feel like we've been having that conversation a lot. Not in the Times, you're not. Not in the Post, you're not. Not in CNN, you're not. I've done it on CNN, but that's why I'm not back very often. Where would you see this happening in the New York Times, for instance? Donald Trump
You think he's a fascist, to be clear.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Where would you see that being aired in the New York Times on the editorial?
So the New York
page,
Times will
or-
go out of their way to go to the diners, cliche is true, and they will find Trump supporters and they will do profiles on them. The famous profile was the Nazi wears khakis and goes to Panera just like we do.
Richard Spencer kind of stuff. Yeah.
When do they ever go and find leftists?
Never. And if you've been watching news like I have, this it's so normalized now. You kind of forget it's even happening. But they never go to leftists. They never go to activists. Pro-democracy people. Never. Almost never.
Black people who would say that he's fascist, and give them fair hearing.
No,
I don't see that.
Isn't that their newsroom?
No, you smirking fucking moron. No, it isn't.
No, you see, there's an interesting issue.
Yeah.
So
I know a lot of people who work there.
Yeah,
They're pretty left.
I have a theory there. Jay Rosen, my friend at New York University, brilliant journalism professor, noted in 2018 when the primary support of the New York Times passed from advertising to subscription.
Yeah.
And he said, now that the public, the subscribers on the main support, not sole, but main support of the New York Times, that's going to change the relationship of the newsroom to its public, and I wonder what's going to happen. My theory, years on, is that the New York A.G. Sulzberger talks all the time about independence. And I ask, independent of whom? Of advertisers, sure, politics, sure, but I think they're trying to prove they're independent of their readers. I think the New York Times, every time they piss off the left, they say, see, you don't own us. And that there's a contrarian view there that they want to constantly prove that they're not owned by the libs literally, and that they're willing to piss us off.
And if you've read enough New York Times, there's a truth to this, right? It is, it's just his opinion, bro. And I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't call this guy an asshole or whatever. This dude right here, I don't know. If you got a lot of friends at the New York Times, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'll take it back. I don't know anything about him. But if you've read enough of the New York Times, you kind of feel this. That this contrarian kind of, we're going to own the libs. We're going to show we're nonpartisan by joining in and agreeing with the enemies of freedom. It happens quite a bit. It also doesn't help that the owners, of the New York Times are right-wing oligarchs. We should probably mention that. Maybe we should mention that.
Why did you sneak this thing into the budget bill about the courts? To give the
So this is really good. This was provided by Strategy Member. Thank you so much. And I think this is going to be the last video of the day. I'm kind of running out of time. Just to give you a quick recap on some of the stuff that we won't be able to cover. It's basically all the police state stuff that we've seen. American citizens, migrants, 2-year-old American citizen was hauled off. We're seeing this right now. We're seeing video of people resisting ICE, attempting to kidnap another person. We're seeing more and more examples of this, of regular citizens intervening directly with ICE. Here's ICE over here, busting out the pepper spray. We got to spray these ladies down. Here's a photo of plainclothes ICE officers. This is what they look like when they're about to kidnap somebody. This is in a courtroom, right? So remember, we were told this is about the criminals and the rapists and the drug dealers and the worst of the worst. What in reality, this is ICE going to courtrooms where people are trying to get through their citizenship, trying to pass all the stuff that they need to do, and they have all these kind of things, easy pickings, or maybe they have like a domestic thing, right? Or they have a traffic ticket or something totally benign, right? They're not murderers and rapists. We'll just say that, right? But they're at court for some reason. And it's just easy pickings because, there used to be privacy with some of these things, but of course, Donald Trump, allowed these departments to share information. So now immigration is forced to share secret information with ICE. ICE is able to use this information to show up for their court dates. Easy pickings. Hardworking people that have never committed a crime against another, have never committed a capital crime, a hostile crime, right? Like I said, maybe a traffic ticket, maybe a domestic abuse thing, whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Small time shit. But hasn't killed anybody, hasn't, been a kingpin of a drug operation, et cetera. But no, they're going after the easy pickings. Why? To inflate the numbers. So that Tom Hooman and what's the other one there? The other fascist, Stephen Miller. So they can get in front of the camera and say, historic amount of people brought in. Donald Trump loves it. Like Donald Trump's promise about historic amount of deportations. Here's the thing. They might not need to do this anymore, though. They might not need to, go after the easy pickings at courtrooms anymore. Why? Because, listen to this. This is so frightening. The Supreme Court lets Trump end legal protections for 500,000 migrants. So the Supreme Court basically made it so that Donald Trump can kidnap and deport some of these people have never been in their countries of origin, or were there when they were young or teenagers. They haven't been there in decades. So the Supreme Court just said 500,000 people are now vulnerable to be scooped up by ICE, kidnapped, and dumped into another country, just like that. We remember Japanese internment with shame, and this will be in that same category. When people bring up shameful moments in American history, this Donald Trump ICE operation will be brought up next to Japanese internment in terms of some of the most egregious violations of human rights America has ever perpetuated against its own people. Okay, because these 500,000 people, they're Americans, in my opinion. They're Americans that are just that they didn't have a chance to get their citizenship. Good majority of these people want to live here. They want to be citizens. They want to be taxpayers. Hardworking, right? They've already proved themselves to be good, upstanding folks. And the only thing standing in the way is bureaucrats and politicians who want to. Donald Trump doesn't care about any of this. This is actually harming his buddies, his billion-dollar oligarch buddies. It's directly harming them. Doesn't care. It's racism. That's why he's doing it. Him and Stephen Miller. They're racist. They're uncomfortable around brown people. They think if brown people don't speak like a white person, they're unintelligent. This is going to cause mass chaos across the entire nation, this ruling.
Now at 10, reaction continues to pour in after the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to revoke humanitarian parole protections for nearly 500,000 people. Good evening, I'm Lauren Pastrana. Jim Barry has the night off. These protections allow people from Nicaragua, Haiti, Venezuela, and Cuba to temporarily stay here in the U.S. CBS News Miami, Steve Majiri joins us live from Versailles in Little Havana tonight. And Steve, you spoke to people who will be impacted by this?
That's right. There are people in South Florida that are in immigration detention centers waiting their next court hearing. They could now have their deportations out of the country expedited. And this was on the minds of many here along Southwest 8th Street as they were getting their Friday night food. Angel Medrano is from Nicaragua and says ending humanitarian parole hurts the chances of his fellow people finding a better life. This is a country of immigrants, a country where all of us have arrived as immigrants. This comes after the Supreme Court paved the way for the Trump administration to end humanitarian parole. It's a program created by the Biden administration that made accommodations for certain migrants to live in the U.S. if they're fleeing from countries in critical situations. Willard Hancock says he supports the president's plan to end the program.
A lot of the immigrants should be sent back or not protected under the law, as a lot of other immigrants are not. A lot of my family is.
So going back to what the New York Times does when they need to promote right-wing politics without doing it, they go to a right-wing diner and ask right-wing people. Same thing with these news packages, always asking the petite bourgeois what they think, right? Never asking the worker, right? Let's ask the owner. It's ironic as well because it's these guys they eat themselves alive. They eat themselves alive because guys just like him take advantage of migrant labor. So maybe he's not okay. Oh, that's okay. And the solution is always kick them out. How come the solution isn't make them into citizens, make them into taxpayers? Wouldn't that benefit? Doesn't this guy like customers? Doesn't this guy like when the government has tax revenue? You know, what's the problem? Oh, there's not enough room. There's not enough room. So build more houses. What are we talking about? They'll build the house. Oh, you just can't do it. Just can't. It's easier. It's easier. It makes more sense to just boot them out, kick them out, kick them out, kick them out. That's always the owner's point of view. It's always short-sighted. And honestly, it doesn't save any. It's not going to save anybody money. It's going to cost us money. It's going to create hardship. Be a whole lot easier to give them citizenship, but that's not even on the table because that's not how this guy was programmed. And yes, this guy's been programmed. He thinks it's somehow going to benefit America to remove taxpayers, to remove laborers, to remove workers, right? We're all, guarantee guy like this social media. Oh, we're not having enough kids. We're not having enough kids. Sperm count, man, sperm count's low. So we're worried about population. We're worried about growth. Oh, well, yeah, well, they're brown. Well, they don't deserve to be here. They get them back over to their shitty country, making my country shitty. The entire idea that these people could potentially make his country better is completely right because of how he was programmed. It's not even on the table. It's not even considered that these are hardworking people that could become potential taxpayers that could make society better. It's intentional. It's intentional. He's doing exactly what he was told.
Not so.
And he doesn't even fucking know it. He doesn't even. He's literally arguing against his own self-interest. I want less customers. I want the government to have less money to make my life easier. So now I have to pay more money out of my pocket to pay the benefits of my employees. Right. So I want to make my business harder. I want to have less customers. And, to defend a racist point of view, he probably is not even racist, right? He probably doesn't even believe in race theory, right? He's like, I don't care. I hire black people all the time, right? But here he is defending racist policies and ideas against his own self-interest, and the motherfucker doesn't even know it.
I don't agree that everybody should get a free ride.
Ramon, I get it.
Free ride, because that's what they're doing, right? When they're picking strawberries for $1 a fucking hour. Free ride, huh? Obama phones and free apartments, because that's how it works, huh? You see what I mean? Programmed.
He says he also agrees with the decision by the High Court, but hopes some migrants can get a second chance at staying in the country.
That maybe can take a look if they're right people or not.
Immigration attorney Willie Allen says he isn't surprised this happened.
When president creates an executive action,
look what the fuck is going on with this. Could we get the kookiest motherfucker with the kookiest ideas? This is they got 2 minutes for this whole news package. Filled it with morons and owners and the petite bourgeois. And now let's cut to a fucking kook with Jesus books, bunch of religious books and toys everywhere. This guy's got more toys than an otaku.
He isn't surprised this.
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Where do you even do your work? What are you doing? Who are you? What is this? Who is this guy?
They're right people or not.
Immigration attorney Willie Allen.
Immigration attorney. This guy.
Allen says he isn't surprised this happened.
When president creates an executive action, the next president can eliminate. Still, the least affected are going to be the Cubans, who can still apply for Cuban adjustment.
Okay. It's intentional. Okay, they kind of do this intentionally. CBS. That's CBS. CBS doing it this way. That's CBS helping the Trump administration. Remember, they want that merger. Both sides, fair ground, right? Just objective reporting. All right, so that's the stuff we're gonna miss. You get it. Kristi Noem's a fascist. The ICE is a fascist. They're destroying families everywhere. Right. This is the stuff I don't have time to show you this week. Okay, but here's more video of ICE agents separating families, kidnapping people. That's a mother getting kidnapped from, ripped away from her daughter, kidnapped, thrown in a van, dumped into another country. Fuck her daughter. Who knows? Who knows what happens to her daughter? Right? Hope you got it figured out. Here's ICE agents with Nazi tattoos. Right? Blatant Nazi tattoos, no problem. ICE agents happy to have them.
Welcome.
Right. So that's here's some children being zip tied. 3 children zip tied at the San Antonio Immigration Court, ages 9 through 12. This is what Trump wants to do. So the last video I have for you here is back over here on the Supreme Court. Thank you again, Strategy member. We'll go ahead and watch this, and then we'll close out the stream.
Why did you sneak this thing into the budget bill about the courts? To give the current administration unlimited power. Did we already make this video? Nope. You're thinking about the Supreme Court case around national injunctions. We wanted to hedge our bets, so we did something worse. You're saying that the administration can ignore court rulings and the court effectively can't do anything about it? Yeah. I'm clearly misunderstanding this because that's insane. No, I will happily explain it to you because it's very clever. Oh, I'm going to hate this, aren't I? You know all those executive orders that the courts were saying were unconstitutional? Ending birthright citizenship, deporting people to prisons in El Salvador. If the administration were to ignore those rulings now, they'd be in contempt, and judges would have a series of things that they could do to try to get the administration to comply. But this bill says that specifically for these national injunctions, courts can't use their already approved budgets to do any of those things. So basically you're just like cutting off the payroll, like you can't pay clerks to do paperwork.
So we've seen this is a pattern I've talked about quite a bit. They're not going to change the Constitution, right? That would allow them to to destroy these departments. They're not even going to change the laws that created these departments, right? The departments technically still exist. They open up the trapdoor, they gut them from the inside, kill all the funding, and they just make it vestigial, right? It exists in name only. No one can work, no one can get anything done. So they've effectively done the same thing without having to go through all the due process and checks and balances, all that stuff that gets in the way of a dictator's whims. So that's been the strategy for some time, and this goes further back, but the most clearest example, the one that they've written down, of course, Project 2025. This is a main part of that strategy. Hey, we don't have to, do constitutional conventions. We don't have to do big, complicated, laws and worry about, does this politician vote for that or that politician votes for that? Just cut the funding off, and then the department can't do, what we don't want it to do. So there you go. It's effectively done.
You can't pay U.S. Marshals to go apprehend people. Exactly. We have neutered the courts through the budget. House Republicans already passed this? Yeah, but it gets worse. Oh, come on. This is specifically for cases where a bond wasn't issued at ruling. What does that mean? This is a oversimplification, but sometimes judges will say, hey, even though I'm ruling in your favor and this is unconstitutional, you still have to give me a big pile of money to hold on to for a while, just in case this gets turned over. Me? I have to give them money? Yeah, in case your lawsuit causes any damages. So basically this makes it impossible for everyday people to take on cases like this, but it gets worse. But just spit it out. It also applies retroactively. So you're saying that all the cases that they lost already to federal judges and circuit courts, they can just ignore those? This applies to every case. The Muslim ban from the first term, the mifepristone protection from 2023, every federal case. Holy.
So every one of Trump's whims, even going back all the way to the first term, he's just going to be able to, So this is the kind of shit that they worked into the big beautiful bill. That's what this is.
Shit. So this is worse than the SCOTUS case in some ways. Yeah, and it gets less good. Just say all the bad things now. Do you understand how appeals work? Yeah, if you lose a case, you appeal it to a higher level court and you hope that they overturn the lower level court's ruling. And if national injunctions can't be enforced, the only way to get a national ruling against what we're doing is to get it to the Supreme Court. Shut the fuck up. If the administration loses a case and they're told it's unconstitutional, normally they would want to appeal it to the Supreme Court to get it overturned. Yep. But now they don't want SCOTUS to hear it because they can just ignore the national injunction as long as SCOTUS doesn't issue a national ruling. I told you, it is genius.
Right. So it basically allows them to put the case in some kind of legal limbo where they get to continue. Technically, maybe it's illegal, and technically maybe a court will see it one day, but they just get to flagrantly, blatantly break the laws, tie it up in this limbo, and then and that's it, right? And eventually it'll be, they'll pass some decree or something that retroactively makes it all legal, right? At that point, there's no semblance of democracy whatsoever. But this is it. This is, one of the few final checks and balances on Donald Trump, and it's being actively targeted with incredibly clever, Machiavellian, legal techniques to undermine and destroy it. So, like it needs to be said anymore, but it's all about that. It's all about that blop, folks. It's all about showing up. It's about that 3-step program to create nonviolent political change. Step 1, we inform ourselves. That's why we're doing this. Step 2, we got to show up, sign up, donate. And step 3, we got to put in the work. They're not going to stop. They're going to dress it up as it's legal, right? They're going to make it, a judge, that is a sycophant for Trump said we can do these things. The people need to stand up. This is the only way. I'm convinced of that. I'm utterly convinced of that. There's no waiting on the Democrats. There's no waiting on Bernie. There's no waiting on AOC. There's no waiting on a miracle here. There's no waiting on a Barack Obama that's going to come out of the weeds and change the political fortunes. It will be from the people. It has to be. That's the only check left. This is the only check left. I'm utterly convinced of that this is the only way forward. I don't want it to be. I would prefer things to be easy, but screw that, huh? All right, folks, that's all I had time for today. Sorry once again that I got banned on Twitch and that, this audience, and hey, big, absolute massive props to Bulletproof Bullet, who's been here the entire time, holding it down. Have a good one. Absolutely bulletproof. You get your life back. You did it. I put the appeal in. We'll see. They say 30 days. Looks like they mean it. Big props, of course, to fucking Ribbons for being here and Strategy Member over there on YouTube. The only three people that showed up. So thank you so much for doing that, folks. I do appreciate it. You're a real one. Big props to Chem Goblin, who's apparently watching on YouTube but wasn't able to log in, didn't have an account. Big props to Kelly Grand Champ over there on YouTube, friend of my mom. Maybe my mom was watching as well. So thank you for holding it down. Thank you for giving me a chat to bounce off of, because that does help a lot. So thank you, Bulletproof Bullet. I do appreciate that big time. Thank you, folks. Have a good weekend. Take care of yourself. Be safe. And, look, I can't stress this enough. Get ready. Get ready. Get fucking ready.